Hi, John or Jesse. It's Sean Kirkpatrick in Chambers. I'm just doing a sound check, please.
Hey, you got John today.
Perfect, John. Read you loud and clear. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Adrian. It's Cheryl in the Chambers. Could we do a quick sound check? Hi, Adrian. It's Cheryl again from the Chambers. It looks like your audio did not connect.
Sorry, are you talking to Aida?
No, I'm talking to
Okay,
Adrian.
Adrian. Okay, good. All right.
Thank you.
To whoever's testing the audio, I'm here, but going to make a tea for myself.
Yeah, we can hear you, Counselor Jolly. Thanks.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Hi, Sean, it's Cheryl from the Chambers. Could we do a quick sound check? Hi, Elizabeth, it's Cheryl from the Chambers. Can we do a quick sound check?
Hello.
Thank you. Hi, Mike, it's Cheryl from the Chambers. Can we do a quick sound check?
Mike, check.
Thank you. Yeah, but I just think. All right, I'm just logging into the Zoom meeting. There we go.
Russ.
All right, I guess we can get started. So I will call the meeting to order for Tuesday, April 16th, 2024. Attendance at the start of the meeting is 100% with Counselor Jolly virtual. We have quite a few registered speakers. Most of them on the boring bylaw. We also, of course, have our poet laureate, which we're going to start with. And then Anne Marie Reddy is going to be available later on to answer any questions for Councillor Killick's habitat, but she's not here yet. So just going to go through a few things before we start, everyone. On the agenda today, we do have a poet laureate naming and saying goodbye to Lauren. So thank you for coming, Lauren. You guys got like special seating. And we're going to start. I made that time specific right at the start of the meeting because I knew that the other registered speakers are probably going to take us well over an hour to get through. So we wanted to recognize you and not have you sit through all of that. And honestly, it is the most important. Proclamations are generally the first thing we do. So I have a gift for you here, Lauren. Of course. I've got a proclamation to read. And is it Arianette? Is that how we say your name? Arianette. I was worried about that. I practiced it. Arianette, did you prepare anything to read for us today? You did. I thought so. It's just generally what happens. And Lauren, you don't have anything prepared, or do you? Okay. So why don't we start with just a farewell to Lauren, and then we'll start the new 2-year term with our new poet laureate. Lauren, we'll get you to come down and get a picture, and I'll give you your present. But I was just prepping for today, and I might start to cry. Obviously, you did poems for both my State of the Cities in your term, and they were very different, but very good. They set a tone, and those were wonderful, and you've done a lot of work. But I was actually going through some of your work, and so here they come. The Healing Project and your poem, A Bad Diagnosis, was the one that I remember sitting in the foyer of City Hall, trying to figure out how we can help as a community heal from a pandemic. And your poem that day was, it was so moving, and it was words, obviously, but it expressed feelings in words that sometimes is so difficult to do. And I thought it was absolutely fantastic. And I want to thank you for that. But of course, the biggest piece that I think you did was how to create joy. And so that was, for anyone of you who doesn't know, you need to go onto our website and watch Lauren read this poem. She spent many an hour collecting submissions from the general publics. So she doesn't call it her poem. She calls it the community poem. It was written by the community. And it really captures what I think St. Albert is all about the saying hello and the dogs and the walking along the river, etc. It was wonderful. And it's a gift for this community that I feel will last for many, many years to come. So Lauren, you've touched all of our hearts. I just want to thank you. So thank you. Anyone else have anything to say? 'Cause you know me. So Lauren, why don't I get you to come on down? I'll give you your, so you have to gonna snake your way through there. And then we're gonna welcome a new one. Oh, I didn't do the agenda. Ledge is looking at me really, while Lauren's coming down, we're going to change the ordering of the agenda real quick. And that's at the chair's discretion according to our legal. So we are going to reorder. We will go 4, 5, 6. Sorry, and then 6.1, and then we'll do 7.1 right now. And then we'll do the Millennium Park project update 7.2, and then the bylaw 8.1. We're going to move up right behind that. So I heard no objections from any member of council to reorder. So Councillor McKay, do you want to make? It's not an amendment, right, Marta? It's just approve the agenda.
That's right. It's not an amendment.
Okay, go ahead, Ken.
That the regular council meeting
Minutes.
sorry, that the April 16th, 2024 agenda be adopted as presented.
Call for the vote. Sorry, gang, we're only 5 seconds into this and I'm screwing it up, but there's lots going on. All right, Councillor, why don't you come down and we'll get a picture. Bill, can you take a quick picture? Oh, look at that.
I was also given a mic, so I'm going to abuse it. I give a poet a mic and they'll speak. I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me as your poet laureate. It was a real honor for me. It opened so many doors. And I'm so excited for the next poet laureate. I literally screamed and scared my coworker when I found out who it was. So I think you're in for a real treat. Yeah.
Okay, funny guys. Where's my line? Here we go. Okay, next is actually our appointment of our next poet laureate. So I'll start with reading the proclamation for Poetry Month, and then we'll have Arianette come onto the mic and introduce us to her skills and art. Okay, so whereas the League of Canadian Poets established the month of April as National Poetry Month, And whereas National Poetry Month celebrates poetry, writing, and the contributions of poets and all writers to the identity and quality of life of our communities. And whereas National Poetry Month encourages all cities to spotlight local poets in a variety of ways. And whereas these initiatives also celebrate libraries and the work of municipal leaders to promote literacy, reading, culture, and the arts. And whereas poetry enhances and enriches the lives of all St. Albertans, and whereas poetry is an essential part of the arts and humanities, affects every aspect of life, including education and community pride. And whereas poetry has inspired our local artists as we recognize St. Albert's Poet Laureate. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Heron, Mayor of the City of St. Albert, do hereby proclaim the month of April as National Poetry Month in the City of St. Albert. I want everyone to know that I get a lot of requests for proclamations, and as the mayor, I have a little bit of flexibility on which ones I would like to promote, and I always have felt that of having a poet laureate and celebrating poetry as a botanical arts community. People sometimes think the arts is just a painting or a sculpture, but there's music and there's poetry and there's dancing. There's so much to art. And so I'm so glad that we can highlight poetry as part of that. So, Ariana, do you know how to get to the mic? And we're going to have to do one more picture, Council. Sorry. You didn't know you'd had such a big audience on your first day.
You know, the last time I read for council was in a very small little boardroom. I was kind of expecting that. So lovely to see everyone here.
Go ahead, whenever you're ready.
Okay. So I am normally prone to a bad habit of reading poems off my phone because it is convenient. I have all my poems on there, but I thought the occasion demanded something a little more, with a little more showmanship. And
Okay.
So this piece is written on my fanciest paper using a technology that I don't think anyone in this room is old enough to know about. It's called a typewriter. So I typed it out on this. It's very blurred, but this is the piece. It's titled One for Me, but I hope it can also be one for all of you. Spring is setting. It's time for a project. I think about cleaning, organizing the 600 or so square feet I call my own. My ambitions are not so lofty. I instead go to the alley, find a table, a solid, worn block of wood, pull out the saw, you know the one, the reciprocating one, carve out shapes. This spring, I will carve a figure for each week. Week 1, I carve a silhouette. It is deep in thought, standing. I think this to represent planning, the joy of starting a new project. Week 2, I do a fourth wall break, carve a figure holding a saw. It is misshapen, barely recognizable, but I own it. Week 3, I carve my love. I cannot describe the shape. It is soft, tender. When I put it in my pocket. When second winter strikes, I will hold it in my palms to keep me warm. Week 4 strikes. This is the bad week. The figure is hunched. I place sawdust underneath it, hoping it to resemble tears. My friends ask why the figure is bleeding. Week 5, I am energized. This figure stands proud of what I have no way to illustrate. Week 6 is a diversion. I carve 2 cats, place them together as if they are in love. My love. He remarks how they look like ours. I tell him I meant it to be us. Week 7, the feeling is indescribable. I carve a misshapen, stupid blob. I love it so, the way it defies expectation. I take a finishing nail, pound it through the wall. It sits there, uncentered. I resolve to find meaning later. Week 8, I am feeling sentimental. I carve a flower, a rose. My love asks if it is for him, and I softly reply, not this one. It goes in a glass case. He nods, understands the meaning. Week 9 comes with a vengeance. I am overworked, feeling deserted by any love I'd give myself. I carve myself. For the first time, it is truly me. I carve a figure of a child standing in ruin of their own design. What have I done? I hear echoing. This makes me grin. 20 years on, I have learned not to destroy what I love. Week 10, I am adapting. I am coping. I carve a schooner, a boat. This takes almost all the remaining wood. I use a tiny bit to carve a captain. I place it in the bath. It sinks. I smile, a real smile. Spend hours researching how to get it in a bottle. Go to the brewery, get a large one, share it with those I love. Place the boat inside, carve another figure. My love asks, is that us without thinking? Of course it is. I think on it, realize it means everything. The bottle is buoyant. I let it float a while, spin in the water, thrashing and flailing. But we are safe, unsinkable. Week 11, the wood is almost spent. I carve a heart that sits somewhere between stylized and anatomically correct. I present it to my love. He has not a clue what it is. I don't need him to. I hand it to him, study the puzzlement, explain nothing. Week 12, I have just specks left. I make a semicolon. No specific meaning in mind. I like semicolons. Maybe my favorite piece of punctuation. I show my dad, he remarks on a thought left unfinished. I tell him it's nothing like that. I just like semicolons. Think on the project, never find meaning for week 7. Think it to be for me alone, reflections of the self, journaling, my own little form of spring cleaning, letting meaning flow from Alleywood. Thank you.
Arianette, don't go anywhere. Arianette, let's get you, I'm gonna give you the proclamation and we'll get your picture. And so just come down the stairs here. Yeah. Do you guys want to come down too? Yeah, come on, you're part of all this.
Yeah. You all come? I didn't wait out anymore, so I would never be able to use it like that. Well, then if you make it on it, it's stupid.
All right, to close this piece of our agenda off, Councillor Bermatsky has asked that she can read the recommended motion, so go ahead.
Thank you. That Arianette Zach be named St. Albert's Poet Laureate for a 2-year term commencing April 2024 and ending March 2026.
Awesome. Any comments on that?
Just that the Arts Committee is always involved in this. And I mean, they, we were so excited about a new Poet Laureate and also saddened to have one, wonderful one leaving. So again, I don't want to get into tears as well. So thank you. We're just really appreciative of both. Thanks.
All right, I will call for the vote. Voting's closed, and that motion passes unanimously. All right, next piece of our agenda is all the other registered speakers. So the way I normally allow people to speak is we have it at the beginning of our meeting and people register, but they generally register to speak to an agenda item. So many of you have registered to speak to the boring bylaw. But if you want, you can also speak to the Millennium Park project update. It's all the same topic. So to respect people's times, if you want to speak now, because you have to get going to something else in your day, absolutely, you can go now. If when I call your name, if you say you would prefer to wait till we get to the project update or to the boring bylaw, that's okay too. So I'm going to start reading off the names I have registered, and I'll just kind of get an indication, just say now or later, just scream it out so I can kind of figure it out. So I've got Al Henry. You want to speak now? Okay. Tony? Pardon? Now? Okay. Jamie Gansage. Now's good. Okay. We don't have Doug. We have Mike Howes, right? Where's Mike?
Mike is in DCP. I can go find out.
Okay, just ask if he wants to speak now or later. I've got Ada Mustapik.
Yes, now, please.
You speak now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Everyone's gonna go now. Kiara? Yeah. Okay. Ken Crutchfield? Is Ken with us? At time of the bylaw? So I'm gonna put wait. And then Joanne. Is Joanne with us now? Okay. And then I also had two other speakers right before the 1 o'clock timeline was Stuart Loomis is he now? Okay. And Lee Fisher might be in the other room. Okay. When we get to her, I'll find out. Okay. So I also have a couple comments before we get into this. Since we have so many registered speakers, I'm going to be kind of strict to the 5-minute timeline. So when you registered, I'm sure you were told that everyone gets 5 minutes to speak. And we're going to stick to it really closely. So what happens at 4 minutes and 30 seconds is our staff will ring a little bell. So you kind of have an idea. You have about 30 seconds left and you can wrap it up. Have 5 minutes. I'll let you know it's 5 minutes. And I'm going to ask you to take your seat. And if not, we'll have to turn off the mic. And we do that just to make sure everyone has an equal opportunity. Sometimes it could be just completely unfair if I let somebody go on and on for 5.5 minutes when somebody was really conscientious about the 5 minutes. I just want to be really fair. I'm also going to say that in order to ensure that everyone in this room feels, and I'm talking the gallery, plus the staff and the council feels really comfortable and safe in the space, because I know there's a lot of passion here. There will be no booing or applauding or any kind of acknowledgement, because everyone's opinion in this room is valid. And so we don't want to make someone feel that their opinion is in the minority and not be able to speak. So we're just going to be really quiet and respect all the speakers. So with that, let's get it underway. I will call Al, you were first to register, so I gotta take my glasses on. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Al Henry, 16 Glenhaven Crescent.
Start whenever you're ready.
For recognition. And to start, Mayor and Council, my name is Al Henry. I'm the president of Bless, and I'm here representing the Bless Board of Directors. The Bless mandate is conservation and preservation, education, research and monitoring, community engagement, and stewardship. The Bless boards of directors are opposed to the current Millennium Park plan, and we request: 1, the council does not give second reading to the Millennium Park borrowing bylaw, and 2, the city implements a fully transparent public input process regarding the proposed project. The Bless Board of Directors are strongly opposed to the current Millennium Park plan for the following reasons. It proposes to remove 56% of the existing tree cover, and this is adjacent to the Sturgeon River, and it is a unique area. It will affect the river, the water quality, and the shoreline riparian area. It specifies a major infill of existing wetlands, and it provides for hundreds of loads of fill to level the area. This will impact the surface and the subsurface environments. It includes the installation of 1 acre of pavement and major concrete. There has been no fully transparent public consultation to this latest version of the project. The bylaw is scheduled for second and third reading for this meeting. And again, we request that the council does not give second reading to the Millennium Park borrowing bylaw. The city implements a fully transparent input process regarding this proposed project. And as they say, tell them, show them, tell them again, and then go on with your business. So thank you very much for your time. Al, Henry, bless. I'll take questions if you wish.
Thank you, Al. Yeah, Council, do you have any questions? Go
Nope.
ahead, Ken.
Okay, we'll
No,
let the
I'll
other.
ask you a question, Al, if you don't
Yeah.
mind. I appreciate you coming in. I just want clarity in the sense, because you started off with the current project plan or you, and then you referred later to the latest version of that plan. Are you, and I think in a previous presentation, a Bless representative spoke and said that they weren't against the 2018 plan. And I just wanted clarity that what's Bless's, as the chairperson of Bless, what's Bless's opinion on the old plan?
Really what happens is, what we're looking for is the city to put a fully transparent public input process so that the plan itself is updated. Then we take this and the changes that are done to the board and then come back with an answer to that. Even I don't have authorization to go through and say, this is what we're in favor of, because we got a whole bunch of radicals that sit on that have got their own, you'll be hearing from them. There you go. So, no, I just happened to be the first one out of the gate, and I don't want to take too much time because I know how many people have to speak.
Thank you.
It'll be good, but that's really the only two asks. You'll hear lots about money. You'll hear lots about other stuff. Ours are pretty straightforward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So when the other guys get up and call you radical,
Yeah, well, that's true. I just kind of the guy to throw water on them.
Okay,
They
good.
start beating on each other.
yeah, you got to speak first.
Exactly. I'm just the first goat. Thanks so much.
All right, Tony Druitt is the only other board member from Bless that says board member from Bless. So I'm going to assume he's the radical one. But you are the next registered speaker, Tony, so come on down. I hate saying come on down, but
You've already stolen my opening line. Sorry.
all right, your 5 minutes are starting now, I guess.
Yeah, I was actually going to say that I'm here speaking. Actually, Lynn is accompanying me, not to give Bless's official position, which is what you've heard from Al, but more as speaking as a long-term resident of St. Albert. We're also members of the Senior Centre and very active Bless members, and maybe a little bit more radical sometimes. I also want to say thank you to Chiara for leading the way with this petition. Without that, we weren't actually aware of what was going on this project. And I think I'm probably speaking for the rest of the public here. That, you know, mission accomplished, Chiara. As I think you know, Lynn and I pointed out, we've been residents of St. Albert for 50 years or more. We originally moved here from Edmonton, and the reason that we moved here was because St. Albert has a distinctly different character than the city of Edmonton. Even the local streets that I was working on were wider because they had tree boulevards on either side. That wasn't the case in Edmonton, and it wasn't the case in Spruce Grove or any of the other communities. So we particularly came here because of that treed environment, and that St. Albert was a really special place to be. The first development that I worked on, or developments, I actually worked with a local guy who was working for the city of St. Albert at that time, John Beadle. I'm sure you're all familiar with that name. John and I literally worked to preserve trees and to find a way to incorporate the new trees within the treed areas. An example of that is the Gloucester Park behind Ron Hodgson, where we actually negotiated that it wouldn't be 2 soccer fields, it was only 1 soccer field. And that way we were able to preserve all the trees that are still there to this day and the trail that runs behind that park. The special environment in St. Albert was really exemplified at the opening of this building, which occurred in 1984. Lynn and I were in the crowd of people out there cheering the council at that time for implementing this special facility. It was designed by a First Nations architect called Douglas Cardinal, and it was particularly designed to fit into this environment. It's got a contoured shape that respected the river and the trees and the downtown area behind us. It included the museum, it included the library, included artist studios, and then it included the Ardent Theatre. It even included an extension of the parking lot servicing the facility that was put in here. We think that is the sort of thinking that should now be applied to Millennium Park. The city should be planning how they can enhance that area. I want to just, I'm running out of time, so I want to just quote, I think that the input not only comes from the public, it should come from the local businesses. And I'd like to just quote from an article that was on the front page of the Gazette 3 weeks ago, the last time the Millennium Park wasn't on the front page, actually. And at that item, it was actually what it stated. It was a downtown needs love, businesses say, was the headline. And
That's your 30 seconds. Keep going.
okay. And it was a lady called Ezra Zia who runs the Turkish coffee house. Here's what she said. We need to find something that like activities, like more fun as a family. Downtown needs to be a year-round destination, not just somewhere people can visit for a handful of events in summer and around Christmas.
That's your 5 minutes, Tony. Thank you. Yep. I remember reading that. Is there any questions for Tony? That's a jolly, you're good. Okay. Our next registered speaker was Jamie and
Thank you very much.
oh, absolutely. Thank you for coming, Tony. Jamie, is it Gansaj? It's Gans. Well, you can say it correctly. Yeah. Oh, really? Because I sometimes feel like I butcher it, but say it correctly and then we'll start your 5 minutes. Thank you for coming.
Gunsock.
Oh, okay.
So thanks for having me. I just want to say to the council, thanks for all your work. It's never easy going through some of these processes, so I really appreciate that. I'm the president of the St. Albert Curling Club, so I registered to kind of speak on their behalf. Obviously, you're going to be hearing from some other people about parking. Parking is our main concern. We have a facility that we rely on heavily for financial stability, especially in the summer seasons, not necessarily the winter because we're busy. But we're just curious how the parking's going to work. We envision if we have a wedding happening at our facility, and then there's some gatherings at the park. There's also the senior center. There's going to be things going on there. Where are people going to park? What are we going to tell them? Can we even hold facilities in the summer season? So that's kind of the main focus. Point two, beyond that, I brought up at the open house if there's been a wildlife sweep done of the trees. I'm just curious if there's an update to that. I know with the pileated woodpecker, if there's a nest in those trees, you won't be building anything on there because they're federally protected. So I guess my question to council, if there's any update on anything to do with that, or if it was brought forward. And again, thank you very much. I don't have much else to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Jamie. I'll just let everybody know that the reason the Millennium Park update has been added to our agenda, talking about the concept plan, is to answer some of the questions like you did about the wildlife sweep and the woodpeckers, et cetera. Council's read that already. So hopefully you'll stick around for that piece, because I think a lot of questions might be answered through that administrative presentation.
Okay.
But and that's in there. So
thank you very much.
Thank you. So I see no members of council have any questions. So Doug is not here, but Mike is here. And you want to speak now, right, Mike? Sure. Okay, come on down. This is Mike Howes, as everyone knows. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Mike Howes. I'm here today to speak to you as a board member of the 50+ Red Willow Senior Center. We have a lot of names over there. We do a lot of things over there. One of the things that we do is we have a beautiful park in behind. Unfortunately, this design of this Millennium Park is going to wipe that park out, taking out our spot to hold venues, which we've had lots of. We have a pollinator garden back there. We have a vegetable garden back there, and we have a great space where seniors work, play, relax. We're trying to build a deck that comes off of that, a 3-season deck that would come down to that venue space that we have. And apparently that is all scheduled for the chopping block. Probably more concerning for that is fidgeting on Jamie's. And I don't know why people keep telling me we don't have a parking problem in St. Albert. I just came down, I left the Red Willow 50+ Club to come to this meeting. And I drove back to the Red Willow 50+ Club and I parked and I walked to the meeting. Because there is not a single parking spot. Did anybody else have problems parking today? I think any other 50 people in the Cardinal Room had the exact same experience. We have 3 very seniors buildings adjacent to each other. Now, my kids might tell you that the curling's not for seniors, but I'm going to tell you that the average age is closer to me than my kids. The Senior Center and the Legion. None of us see fit to put some kids in a splash park down there. And another side, I guess, is the Rock in August and the events that we have down there. And I fully appreciate that what we're trying to do is build a park that will bring events to downtown St. Albert. But in 2 presentations that I was asked at, I asked the people that were designing this park, were you going to be able to have Rock in August in there? The answer from the 2 people that didn't live in St. Albert, by the way, I need everybody to understand that. Their answer was that everybody is free to apply to use the park. I said, no, you don't understand. Rock in August brings in over $10 million in economic spin-off every year and has been here for 27 years. It's close to $2 million in revenues that we've raised for diabetes. This is an event that is synonymous with St. Albert. The answer should not be, will you can apply to park your cars on the grass. In fact, when I said we're parking cars on the grass, the one lady's, I don't think that'll be allowed. I think the answer should be a resounding, we will do everything we can. We'll plant the proper grass, we'll put in the proper sprinkler systems, we'll do whatever is necessary to make sure Rock in August continues for another 27 years. We'll make sure that we can put tents for Children's Festival and drive spikes into the grass like they do. It makes a bit of a mess. There's several events that go on in that park, in that area. And I have no assurance that we're going to be able to continue those events. And I think it would be a shame to lose them in hopes of bringing some skaters down in the wintertime or some splash park kids in the summer. I took the liberty of counting the parking spots. I went to the splash park. There's 155 parking spots at the splash park. There's only 145 between the curling rink and the senior center. And I heard at one of the open houses that how the moms are just relishing to have another park because there's no parking at the other one. And yet they want to come down and completely annihilate the parking that is here downtown. So I'm asking you to at least reconsider greatly the plan that we're going to do and make this park into something that the seniors, the Legion, the curling rink, the senior center can embrace and grow with. Let's renovate. Let's fix it up. Let's do it the right way and for the right people. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to remind everyone that there will be no applause, because I don't know what side people are speaking on. I have a feeling, but if there's anyone who's in favor, I don't want them to feel uncomfortable in this room. Please. I have Ada Mustapik. Hopefully I got that one right. Is Ada with us? Or
Yes, yeah, I'm here and I'm just trying to put myself on the screen.
No, I'm glad
Okay.
to make this an option
Yeah.
for you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Excellent. So I have a bit of a presentation that I would like to share with you, and let me know if this is on your screen now. Is it? Can you see it?
It is not. I don't know, Sean, do we have to give her permission to share? No.
Okay, if it doesn't work, that's fine too, but I
Okay.
just was hoping to show some pictures. So, gosh. Sorry. Okay, so then I guess we will need to do this without the presentation.
Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aida Mustapik, and I am an organic master gardener, currently working with the Seniors Association to establish a native pollinator garden in their backyard space at 7th Street, which would be removed to fulfill the current Millennium Park design. At the end of 2022, I was approached by one of the seniors with an idea to assist the association in reviving the backyard garden that fell into disrepair during pandemic. The goal was to establish a native pollinator garden that would complement the already existing forest in the background and have multiple positive environmental effects, as well as great benefits for the Seniors Association community. Urbanization has posed significant threat to pollinator populations. Creating native pollinator gardens in urban areas provides important refuge and resources for bees, butterflies, and other pollinators, helping to conserve their populations and promote their health. In addition to environmental impacts, this pollinator garden will provide great opportunities for seniors to connect with nature, relax, and enjoy the outdoors without having to leave the city. And so the Seniors Association Gardening Group of 25 volunteers was formed, and the goal was to bring back more birds, more bees, and butterflies into their backyard. The mission for 2023 was to revive the existing garden, learn about gardening and vegetable growing to serve the association's bistro, and make beautiful floral arrangements that could be sold at the center to fundraise for the gardening activities. Unfortunately, you are not able to see some of the beautiful pictures from the garden. Donations of plants and seeds from the St. Albert Backyard Gardening community poured in to support the great project and the seniors community of St. Albert. So this is basically a project that was supported by the entire city. The St. Albert Environmental Advisory Committee recognized these great environmental efforts, awarding the Seniors Association a supersized grant of $7,500 to build an expanded pollinator and vegetable garden in 2024. So the St. Albert Gazette covered the great recognition in an article from November 17th last year, and excerpts of that article were on the slide that I'm unfortunately not able to show you. The next phase of this project from 2024 is to include the native pollinator attracting plants as well as raised beds, which would be easier for seniors to maintain while growing vegetables at the center. The plan is to continue maintaining the garden without any use of pesticides or herbicides, making it a pollinator and wildlife friendly. The group is having big plans for 2024 gardening season, and the number of new programs for seniors involving the backyard outdoor space were planned. Native Pollinator Garden of Senior Association, once established, could also serve as an outdoor classroom, providing opportunities for hands-on learning about native pollinators, native plants, and the importance of biodiversity. This garden could also engage St. Albert residents in citizen science projects focused on monitoring pollinator population and plant-pollinator interactions. It is important to note again that the city supported all these environmental efforts with a substantial grant just this past year, and the group certainly appreciated this kind of support. As you also probably are already aware, the studies show that gardening can improve seniors' mental health by providing a sense of purpose and accomplishment. Spending time close to nature and being engaged in outdoor activities can reduce symptoms of depression and other mood disorders for anyone really, but this has an especially positive effect on seniors. The mental health programming of the association was very much based on this invaluable green outdoor space that will be, by the new park design, no longer available for their use. And in a conclusion of this short presentation, I'd like to say the following. St. Albert was declared a tree city of the world by the Arbor Day Foundation and the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization in 2021, and a world champion of urban forestry for 5 years. It's an achievement that the city and we as citizens take great pride in. We very much hope
Ada,
that
your 5 minutes is up, Ada, and we gave you a little extra time because of the slides, but
Yes.
thank you. Yeah. Does
Okay.
anyone have any questions for Ada, our pollinator expert? All right, seeing none. Chiara, it is now your turn.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mayor Herron, members of council. My name is Kira Fraser, and I'm the concerned citizen who launched the petition against the $20.8 million borrowing bylaw. Most of you have had a chance to speak with me in person and discuss my personal concerns face to face, and I thank you for the time you took to do so. I didn't come alone today. I would like to ask everybody in the audience now to stand up or raise a hand if they're here to show their opposition to the Millennium Park borrowing bylaw. Today, I'm here not to share my own personal concerns, but to share the concerns of the community. Over the 60 days I was given to collect signatures, I have had the chance to speak with thousands of St. Albert taxpayers, residents, and visitors. Overwhelmingly, they strongly oppose the current plan to redevelop Millennium Park. There were 3 key grievances I heard repeated day after day. They are as follows. Firstly, why do the trees have to go? I didn't have a good answer for the proposed removal of 56% of the existing forest. I repeated the justifications that I've heard from City Hall that we need a view of the river or a spectacular public open space, or because the trees were designated as low value. I wish I could share with you the genuine expressions of alarm, anger, and disgust that I watched as I repeated these justifications to people. Even if the trees were determined to be low value in an ecological sense by our third-party assessment, I believe council is neglecting to consider the fullness of what makes a property or space valuable. Spaces, especially parks, are valuable because the community makes it so. In my professional life working in land conservation, we determine land to be worth conserving by its ecological value, its habitat connectivity value, and its community value. Our community values those trees. You have over 4,500 voices telling you so. You don't need to destroy the trees in order to make that land valuable. It already is. Secondly, why are they spending that amount of money, especially now? This was the impetus for the petition, after all. I told people that the cost was so high for such a small area because building infrastructure on a wetland is expensive, as you are all aware. Put simply, times are tough right now, and people deeply resent the high cost of the project. $20.8 million or even $16.6 million on a non-essential project gives a very poor impression of what the public wants to see, which is financial responsibility from our elected officials. Which brings me to my third concern, accountability to the public. Many people were disgusted with the fact that, by all appearances, council has lost sight of the fact that the cost of this project will fall on the taxpayer. People feel as though they're being treated as personal wallets for whatever lofty dream City Council can come up with. Telling the public that they just don't understand the proposal is demeaning, paternalistic, and frankly insulting. What we understand, based on what's been made available to the public, is that you want to create a lawn where a forest and wetlands currently exist for the grand vision of an open concept park, in direct contradiction to the feedback that you received in 2018 for this same project. We also understand that you want to borrow $20.8 million to accomplish this. You have a fiduciary duty as our elected officials to represent this community. You represent the St. Albert population, not your own personal desires and goals. I respect that you want to make an impact, that you want to build a more exciting project than a road or a sewer line, but a park that has gained mass community opposition is not your crown jewel. We implore you, preserve the trees and wetlands, display financial responsibility, and represent us honestly. You don't want to go half measures on the park, as you've said. You want to make sure you do this right. Doing it right from the community's perspective would be giving us a say on the extent and direction of this park. It will be for us, after all. We are stakeholders too. I call upon you now not to give the $20.8 million borrowing bylaw a second reading today, and further, I ask you to implement a fully transparent and proper public consultation round. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Every time I meet with you, I keep thinking,
Kira.
has anyone asked you to run for council?
A few.
Quite often, it's an issue like this that gets people sparked, and they end up sitting here. So maybe one day, for sure. Any questions? I see no one registered. I think it's probably because we had one-on-ones with you. So
Yes.
thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for your time.
Ken, you wanted to wait, but Joanne, you were ready to go. And then up next, I have Stuart Loomis and Lee Fisher, and both of them wanted to speak now, right? Okay. Stu told me. Okay. Nice to meet you, Joanne. I remember getting your email. So 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. My name is Joanne Ladisser-Gagno. My dad was Don Gagno. He served 30 years with the city of St. Albert, retired in 1990. He was the superintendent of roads. And I also have my 88-year-old mother here, who's both my parents are Métis from the St. Albert community. And we have various relatives, and I'll name a couple others shortly here. My Cree Métis family roots extend over 160 years on the St. Albert territory. Great-grandmothers were Nancy Cunningham and Sophia Rowland, both of whom raised large families in St. Albert's early years. I'd also like to state that it was the Métis people who occupied this area prior to the arrival of Albert Lacombe. I would also like to recognize another one of St. Albert's early Métis families, the Perros, who are here. Sandy's here and some of her family members. And her family actually occupied this area, which is where we are meeting today. Actually, your grandfather lived on this very location where St. Albert Place is, and then on land westward towards the trestle. So way to go. I'm so glad that you're here with us. This area was also home to other Métis families, such as the Belcourts, Calliots, Belroses, and more, all located on the south side of the river. I am disappointed by the city's decision to disturb and destroy the proposed forested area to make way for a park, such as is being currently presented as Millennium. This area has a place in the Métis historical story, as it was once script land. Additionally, the concept of Wakotewin really speaks to the impact which this proposed project has. The project, in fact, results in the disturbance and destruction of our relations. Our ancestors, as Wakotewin speaks to the interconnectedness of all living things, including our relatives found in nature. You destroy the land, a vulnerable, innocent, silent, and defenseless piece of land, and you are destroying a story. You are destroying a historical landmark. You are destroying an ecosystem laden with life at every level, and most significantly, our natural living relatives. This applies not only to the land. The water is also an elevated concern. Water is life, and it also is sacred. And the consequences to our already vulnerable Sturgeon River cannot be denied. In the City of St. Albert's Green Environmental Strategy Project, the first goal states, and I quote, St. Albert values and protects the natural environment, conserving and enhancing its features and functions for the well-being of our community and our planet. Nature provides the essentials of life, and its value is multifaceted, including ecological, economical, recreation, historical, spiritual, medicinal, cultural, and social dimensions. My question is, why then would we propose destruction of St. Albert's forest land? So for me, discrepancy number one, the proposed park does not align with this green environment project. In the city's land acknowledgement, it says the city will share responsibility for stewardship. However, the statement needs to be taken forward with positive action by consideration of alternatives to the destruction of a forest and a wetland. For me, discrepancy number 2 does not align. I would also like to reference the 2024 to 2023 Green Environment 10-year long range strategy, which states on page 9, and I quote, "The city's natural green environment is one of the most important factors contributing to the overall quality of life and well-being of this community. The preservation of trees, parks, and natural areas, including forested areas and bodies of water, contribute to the variety and range of plant and animal life in St. Albert's unique ecosystem." It goes on to mention that we're noted as a tree city, does not align. Discrepancy number 3. Additionally, under the city's naturalization commitment, it states, again quoting, "For over 25 years, the city of St. Albert has been committed to recognizing, protecting, and restoring natural areas in our community. Naturalization is an alternative landscape management technique. In other areas, the city is looking to increase the size of natural areas by building out the edges of existing forests." Discrepancy number 4 does not align. So why then are we facing this challenge in order to preserve our forest and land? Statements regarding preservation, which the city has already committed to and publicizes. I support calling on a no vote on the second reading of the bylaw and to implement a fully transparent and proper round of public consultation on this matter. Honor Wacotwin, taking care of the land and our relationship to it. If the land benefits, the community will benefit. If we destroy the land, we will ultimately feel this impact as well. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions for Joanne? Any questions? All right, seeing none, I have Mr. Loomis. I think you are our next registered speaker. That's Leah is the last one, yeah. And then I think, is Lee Fisher in the room or in, did he speak? Lee? Okay, you're after Stuart.
What?
You're next, yeah, go ahead.
So last minute hold.
Nope.
Madam Mayor and esteemed members of council, long time no see.
I was thinking that.
Almost 50 years. Loomis is 246 Glen Haven. Been doing this sort of thing for approximately 40 years. 2 topics today, environment first, and then dollar boondoggle. Appreciate the preceding speaker and the petition that got some public notice on this, of which there's woefully little full public acknowledgement and our understanding of what's about to happen to them. The number of people in the gallery that can come out 1 o'clock, 1:30, middle of the day. These meetings used to be held at a reasonable time, supper hour, after hour. You could watch on cable, find something's going on, rush down, and even partake at the end of the meeting if you didn't want to sit through everything else. But for this number of people to show up as a sample of the petition that was almost successful, didn't reach the 10,000 that was signatures on the West Road that we all remember so clearly, I'm sure. But anyway, does anybody remember Milas Tress Baron? Milas Tress Baron was an architectural firm in 1975 and 1976. It was commissioned by the city to prepare a plan for the Sturgeon River in terms of a future possible Red Willow Park. Fundamental in that plan was how to control the river relative to 100-year floods. And the plan was evolved very, very quickly, running out of time already, with levees and backwaters. Millennium Park is backing onto one of those. And if that fundamental plan is altered by removal of trees, holding water back, evaporation losses, reducing water levels, or backfill and so on, it's fundamentally contrary to the plan that the city has been following for decades with respect to Red Willow Park. This is an inappropriate spot for the city to be intruding into the natural environment that remains there with Millennium Park, and the design for flood control on the Sturgeon River. It just makes no sense. It's contrary to the city's current plan that came out with the Environmental Advisory Council, and the motion from that citizen committee to hold off on this development for the park. Removing 56% of the trees in order to go with these grand plans when we've got Kinsman Park, Lions Park, actually right next door that could be upgraded a bit. Public washrooms are there. Let what's standing of Millennium Park within the last 10 years, the millions of dollars spent to upgrade the road, fill in that endless sinkhole that was near the three-way roundabout that now is marked by the wheat shaft and socks and so on. We've already spent huge amounts of money pushing the trees back on that site, creating that grass space. And now we're about to, with this second and third reading, go on further with that. And it's totally inappropriate. There are many other environmental issues, but more particularly, second topic, in terms of another dollar boondoggle, another multi-purpose leisure center, or now service place. We're still trying to pay that off. Special levy to pay for that $80 million, and it's reducing by $5 a year. I'll be dead before it's paid out as a special levy. The red, well, she says she hopes not, but other days she says other things. The Red Willow, I'm sorry, the West Road, or so-called Ray Gibbon, still plans to twin it further. The design and the costing of it in terms of how much the city paid relative to what the province could have paid if it had been done properly as part of a provincial plan. And now need for more money to go into that particular development to do the twinning further north and then ultimately connecting with Highway 2. These are expenses we can't afford in St. Albert. The taxes are going through the roof. This is borrowed money, same as the multi-purpose leisure center service place. And how is this going to actually be paid off with all the other expenses, sewer upgrades and so on that we have to face? I'm trying to capture 50 years of history in terms of, in my mind, decisions council made that have not been to the ultimate benefit of the taxpayers of St. Albert. And the thing that we need to do here, considering how many people are not aware of this, we need to have a motion to stop any further reading on this second or third reading until there's an opportunity for a full public hearing on this.
Okay,
open house.
Mr. Loomis, your 5 minutes, your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
And if the input thing has been heard, but there is opportunity. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing no questions. And I think it's our last speaker is Lee Fisher. Thank you for coming up.
Hi, everyone.
Nice to see you. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready to get started.
I only found out about this meeting about an hour ago. And you may not know this, but my husband is very ill. But this was more important than that. I had to come today. First of all, I agree with everything these people have said. We moved here for all of those reasons. We've stayed here for all of those reasons. And we have young people moving back into our neighborhoods for all of these reasons that people have talked about. St. Albert needs to stay green. Second of all, we can't afford these things anymore. Taxes have gone sky high for all of us, not just this group, but for everyone. Please think about this. If you are so determined to do this, then I would ask that you share all of the information you've been provided today with all of the reference material these people have talked about and put it to a plebiscite. Share all of this information with all of St. Albert. I will walk the streets to get signatures if that's what's required to get you to stop and rethink this and get proper input. Please do not do this without a vote. We voted on service. We vote on most of the big expenditures that the city wants to do. this should be one of those things that you share all the information and get a vote from the citizens on. Then if they vote yes, you can proceed with clear conscience. And you'd have the approval of everyone. But right now, it's obvious you don't. You don't have the approval. And 4,500 signatures in a short period of time, Kiara, whoever you are, thank you for doing that. But if I had known about this, we would have had 10 or 20 of me out there getting your signatures for you. We didn't even know about that petition. So that's on a last minute. I came here to share that with you. I've been so impressed with what these people have said. You should be on city council. I would vote for her.
I appreciate,
Thank you very
I
much
appreciate
for
your
your time.
leaving your husband's side, and I hope he feels better, but obviously
Well,
your passion.
you guys approved him using the handicapped busing to go into Edmonton. If you remember that from years ago.
Yep.
He's still with us, but he won't be for very long. But thank you for hearing me back then.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I hope you hear us now. Thank you.
Good job with the handy bus, Councillor Broadhead. Handy bus. All right, okay, so now the way this works for everybody in the gallery, I mean, we know this, but the next item on the agenda is business arising. We're gonna skip that because the business arising will probably come from the presentation. We need a motion on consent before we move on, because there was a few things on consent. I saw at least 2 questions around 7.3, the budget adjustment, so we'll pull that off. Because Councillor Hughes and Councillor Jolly had questions, so we'll pull 7.3 off, but I need a member of council to, Councillor Hughes, go ahead, thank you.
That the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes, April 2nd, 2024. 7.5, deputy mayor schedule change, and 8.2, bylaw 12/2024, business improvement district tax bylaw and tax rate bylaw.
Awesome, I'll call for the vote on those. Voting's closed. The motion passes unanimously. All right, so next on our agenda was 6.1, which was just approved on consent. That was the minutes from our April 2nd meeting. Now we 7.2 we dealt with was the poet laureate, was at 105. Now we are to the Millennium Park project update 7.2. So I've got Craig Cameron as my main speaker registered on. Is there any introductions, Mr. Fletcher?
Yes, there is. I'll turn it over. I think Danielle's got some words to offer as well, Your Worship. And I think I just highlight the purpose of this particular piece is not to speak specifically to the borrowing bylaw. This is quite simply a process driven and update on the current status as it relates to that. So to informed your debate as it relates to the borrowing bylaw coming bring it. So Rec and Parks, Danielle, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Fletcher. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Danielle Podlebny. I'm the Director of Recreation and Parks, and we are here with my team to present an update on the Millennium Park project. With me today, I have Craig Cameron, who's our Manager of Parks and Community Partnerships, and Manda Wild, who's our Supervisor of Park Planning and Stewardship. We are going to provide a brief presentation on the project, and then we'll be able to answer any questions that you may have. We also have online a number of subject matter experts from our community services team, our government and Indigenous relations and environment team, financial and strategic services, planning and engineering as well. Should you have any questions, with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Cameron, who will give us an overview of the project.
There we go.
Thank you. I'm Craig Cameron. I'm the Manager of Parks and Community Recreation. I'll get right to it. my computer will participate. There we go. So the idea for an expanded downtown park was introduced in 2010 through the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan, which, as part of creating a vibrant downtown, calls for a park that would provide a spectacular public open space for a range of cultural facilities, activities, and events, and passive enjoyment. Between 2016 and 2018, the city undertook to take a placemaking process that engaged the public to help identify a concept plan for Millennium Park. The placemaking process included 4 phases of engagement, gathering community feedback through key stakeholder interviews, which included community groups, business owners, and special interest groups, as well as the general public. There was a series of pop-up events, workshops, and lectures. The result of this engagement was to set what were a set of community values that were reflected in the concept design. These values included gathering places, strategic programming, comfort, integrating green, food, and flexibility. In 2022, Millennium Park was included as part of Council's strategic plan, which stated as a strategy for downtown vibrancy, we should promote our heritage, arts, and culture by providing a variety of community events and gathering places that build connections and bring people together downtown. This strategy includes advancing planning for the development of Millennium Park. Building on this strategy, in 2023, Council asked administration to revise the 2018 Millennium Concept Plan with specific attention to the following: improved flow between Lions Park, St. Albert Place, and Millennium Park, improved views towards the river, and increased open space with servicing for event provision and community gathering. In revisiting the concept, Council also directed administration to provide a high, medium, and low development concept option. With your indulgence, I just want to pause here for a minute to talk a little bit about what goes into a concept plan and a detailed design, particularly for park concept plans. Done well, a park concept plan reflects community values and administrative standards, confirms major amenities and programming characteristics. It establishes an approximate layout for these amenities and allows for cost estimates. Establishing these core elements sets the scope or baseline for future project refinement. So it's a starting point. For example, the concept shown here shows a play feature. You see that in kind of the brown area to the left-hand side of the slide within a neighborhood park. Through detailed design, the exact size, shape of the play feature gets developed. We understand what that will be. We start to understand what the impacts are for the surrounding area. But through the detailed design process, there isn't a removal of the play feature. So we dial in what it looks like, but we don't remove those core elements through moving from concept through to detailed design. Returning to Millennium Park, to the 2023 administration worked with consultants to develop a high, medium, and low development park concept. This work included a review of the 2018 concept plan and its identified community values, assessment of existing site conditions, including biophysical and geotechnical studies, a review of current policy standards and guidelines, and considerations for Council's direction. Administration presented the 3 options to Council at a December SCOW meeting in 2023. The presentation focused on financial, environmental, and community opportunities and impacts to these 3 concepts. And at this meeting, Council approved that administration proceed with Millennium Park High Concept Plan and prepare an associated boring bylaw for Council's approval in Q1 of 2024. Achieving Millennium Park's vision of being a spectacular place for event and community activity and everyday recreation, the design will require changes to the park landscape. The approved concept proposes a 56% reduction in the existing tree stands. This number doesn't include any potential new plantings. This is just the number for tree removal. The reduction focuses on tree stands in wet areas that are generally less healthy while preserving trees in the upland area that are the oldest and most healthy. The preserved area includes green elder, a species not commonly found in St. Albert. As Millennium Park is identified as an environmentally sensitive area under the municipal development plan, this level of tree removal does not align with the policy. In order to proceed with the concept, an amendment to the policy is required, and administration has begun the amendment process, which concludes with consideration for approval by council later this fall. The concept requires changes to 2 wetland areas. These areas were most likely introduced by the creation of a flood berm protection and contribute to the reduced tree health in the lower areas. Filling in the wetlands will require Water Act permitting, and if approved, compensation payments. The project will also consider low impact development options that will maintain water quality as it flows towards the river. In addition to the biophysical assessment that was completed as part of the updated, it did not identify any federally or provincially protected wildlife species or plants of concern. Also, there is no presence of pileated woodpeckers nesting. But the assessment did note that this park is part of the regional Sturgeon River Wildlife Movement Corridor and is therefore important to the stepping stone habitat and foraging area for wildlife. The study noted that wildlife movement is already significantly constrained by existing development to the east of Millennium Park along the river, and further development may exacerbate the pinch point. If advanced, through detailed design, additional surveys for rare wildlife and vascular plant species like club moss will be done, as well as alignment for all applicable legislative requirements such as the Historical Resources Act, potential tree assessment, evaluations, and hydraulic analysis. Achieving the vision for Millennium Park does support municipal development goals related to community well-being, great place, robust economy, and cultural richness. In achieving these goals, it will change the way the community uses the area. These changes identified in the concept plan are guided by and consistent with the values identified through earlier public engagement, and further public engagement is planned as part of advancing the detailed design. This engagement would include key stakeholders, some of those who we've heard from today, such as the St. Albert's Seniors Association or the St. Albert Curling Club, along with other downtown businesses and community events hosts. The goal of this next round of engagement is to consult with stakeholders and advance park design. As noted earlier, in moving from concept to detailed design, engagement will not consider changes to the amenities or functions or the general area of park. It will, however, provide a space to consult with stakeholders on their concerns and work with them to identify and leverage opportunities that support the operational success of both the park and activities in the surrounding areas. Administration does note that it met with the St. Albert Seniors Association prior to the December SCAL meeting to inform them of potential changes to the concept and to open the door for further conversation through detailed design. Many, if not all, of the concerns they've raised here today regarding the development of Millennium Park were raised at this time. Most notably, the Seniors Association wanted to know about changes to their leased boundary. Administration will continue through detailed design with the lease partners to have discussions around opportunities that lay outside of their official leased area. So what we're saying here today is there were no intention through park development to impact their lease boundary. Importantly, the project also acknowledges that Indigenous heritage of the site and the responsibilities that we hold under Truth and Reconciliation to work together as treaty peoples and stewards of the land. We are in dialogue with Indigenous partners to identify project interest and appropriate inclusion as the work advances through detailed design. Finally, building out the vision has a cost. The project charter for the concept was approved at $16.6 million. This costing includes a detailed design, constructions, and a contingency. As per normal practices, any expenses beyond the project cost would require additional council approval. Operating costs were also identified in the charter and would be refined based on final construction and service levels at the time of project completion. Later today, council will consider a boring bylaw that would see the city as responsible for 100% of the project costs. Based on the assumption that a 20-year return will be chosen, that the current posted rate remains the same, and the cash flow needs of the project are in line with the approved capital charter, the annual tax impact for debt servicing is expected to be $710,000 in 2026 and $605,000 for 2027, which equates to an approximately a 1% tax increase over 2 years of a 20-year term debentured at 6%. If the borrowing bylaw is approved, administration will follow the steps outlined on the slide here. So in spring and winter of 2024, we look to continue with our site studies. We have detailed design advancement, which would include our stakeholder engagement and Indigenous partner dialogue. Into the fall 2024, we return to council with seeking a decision around the amendments to the municipal development plan, and then begin construction in 2025. If the borrowing bylaw is not approved today, administration would cease work on Millennium Park and seek further council direction. Finally, should council have any questions, we have a team here today. This isn't, I'm the face of the project today, but it certainly is a team project, and we have a number of our team members online ready to answer any questions you might have about the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. And Councillor Broadhead is already registered to ask a question, so go ahead, you're first. And then I'll go to you, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, a couple of questions here. Wetland management. Can you talk a little bit about what that all entails? I mean, in the plan, there's a removal of 2 wetlands. Can you describe what these wetlands are again and how they were formed and how St. Albert would have to deal with this?
I'm going to ask Ms. Wild to answer that question.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the question, and I would invite my colleagues from Environment to please correct me or add additional information. So all wetlands in the province of Alberta are governed under the wetland policy, which is under the Water Act. Oh, sorry. I'm short, sorry. So we have to follow as a municipality the same process any other landowner would have to. These 2 wetlands were identified through the planning and site investigations for Millennium Park. So we believe, based on the expertise of our consultants, that they were created as the result of the installation of the flood protection berm, which happened sometime in the late 1980s. We have historic air photos that confirm that this site wasn't wetland prior to that. So in this case, what we would have to do is develop an application supported by appropriate biophysical studies, which we've completed, as well as additional hydraulic analysis to the province of Alberta. We would seek permission to remove the wetlands. The wetland policy states a hierarchy of process. We would be looking for the compensation portion, where essentially the city would pay costs to be determined through our environmental consultants and Alberta Environment for the removal of these wetlands. They would then use that money to compensate the wetland loss. They prefer to keep it as close to the municipality as possible, but it can be used within the province to restore wetlands elsewhere. And I would invite Trevor or Megan to jump in if I've gotten anything wrong or they want to add.
So just to clarify, Amanda, it's an artificial wetland? Like you said, like late 1980s?
So the wetlands aren't artificial in the terms that somebody made them. The water historically would have flowed right through the site to the river.
Okay.
With the flood protection berm that stops water movement both ways. So in the event of a flood, it prevents Millennium from flooding, but it also prevents water from moving towards the river as it would historically.
You probably don't know the answer to this. Do we have to get provincial approval to create a wetland?
I do not know the answer.
Yeah,
I
I wouldn't know that. It's just interesting history. Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead, keep going.
So just to confirm, then whatever the province decides, how we manage it, we apply to them and they tell us how to remediate it or cash compensation for the removal. And that cash then goes to whom?
So, and I will ask Mr. Dooley or Ms. Myers to jump in, but my understanding is that we apply with our recommended solution, which in this case would be compensation, as we can't replicate the wetlands elsewhere on site. They would give us approval or direct other action. And then the money is used by Alberta Environment through their processes to determine wetland compensation elsewhere.
So basically to build more wetlands
or restore degraded wetlands.
or
improve-
restore, okay. And that happens a fair amount in St. Albert, does it not?
I would defer to Mr. Slot, but my understanding is that yes, we do have wetlands that are removed for non-city purposes, for development and things like that. As part of urban development.
Yeah. Well, my understanding is that Deer Ridge and Jensen Lakes and North Ridge were all built on wetlands. So how does that play out?
I think Ducks Unlimited quite often gets some of the funds to create duck, yeah.
All right, I'll leave that. Wildlife impacts, you talked about.
Did you want Adrian to answer that? He's.
Oh, I'm
no,
sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead, Adrian.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Broadhead. So yes, it is correct that there are a number of wetland mitigation projects that have been done, as you mentioned. A lot of Deer Ridge, a lot of Jensen Lakes, a lot of Erin Ridge possessed a number of wetlands pre-development. Typically, those projects are the money for compensation of taking those wetlands out of production is then put into Ducks Unlimited projects. I think a lot of them are maybe more central, southern Alberta and outside of the Sturgeon River Basin.
Point is that to the best of our abilities, we'll make good on the wetlands that we take out, correct? All right.
Yeah, it's a requirement, basically.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Wildlife impacts, you talk about it being a corridor. We heard that there was pileated woodpeckers in the tree stands, and now we hear there is not. How would you determine one way or to the other?
So pileated woodpeckers are certainly present within the forested area. You will see them on a regular basis. The federal legislation is around nesting cavities for pileated woodpeckers. And to be clear, pileated woodpeckers are not an endangered species. There's just relatively new federal legislation around their nesting habitat. In October of 2023, we had our environmental consultants do a full sweep because there are some significant limitations to construction should a nesting cavity be found. They did complete a full sweep of the full area, removal and proposed for removal and not, and no nesting cavities were found. So you will see them there. They're just not nesting in that specific tree stand.
But didn't you say we had to redo that like 3 years or something?
Yeah, so prior to construction, we have a number of wildlife related obligations that we complete, but we will be doing another sweep just because we do see them there. So just because there's not a nest today doesn't mean one won't be built, you know, this season or next season. So we just wanted to be sure walking in, we knew, but we will have to redo that work prior to construction. And that's applicable to any tree stand you're looking to disturb.
Okay, so with our construction, like wildlife moves up and down the river, right? You talk about a choke point. It's constrained east of, but moose still go down the river. Would this stop wildlife from going down there?
Again, I would ask Ms. Myers particularly to jump in. But we do notice a pinch point as you get towards St. Albert Trail in terms of existing tree cover and the ability of wildlife to move. Particularly along the east. We do see urbanized species move regardless of whether it's a manicured type habitat or whether it's naturalized. So you will still see wildlife move through the region. It just makes it a little bit more challenging for them because they have more open space to traverse, which obviously isn't ideal. I will note that in the 2023 concept plan, we did identify a priority to maintain as much core habitat. So that's that kind of more interior to the forest type habitat that gives a little bit more refuge. So that's why in this concept, you see a larger preserved area, even with more tree loss, is trying to maintain a larger core piece as opposed to fractured smaller pieces.
Okay, fair enough. Can you talk, so far we've been dealing with concept design and now we're moving to detailed design. Can you just restate what the process is to go from concept to detail? And there's a significant amount of fear that the seniors building and their plans for external use would be adversely impacted. What's the plan to put those fears to rest?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Broadhead. If the boring bylaw was approved, as mentioned, we would go through a process of public engagement related to the project. In particular, we're looking to have conversations or workshops with some of those key stakeholders, the downtown businesses, Alberta Senior Association, Curling Club, etc. Through those conversations, we're not looking to change the major concept features, so add or delete features from the park. It's really conversations about how we can build out those features in a way that provides optimal operations for both those existing groups, but then for the new park uses as well. So there'd be an opportunity throughout that for conversation, for input to understand what those impacts are, and then to try and move the concept into a constructible design that acknowledges those impacts.
Okay, fair enough. So, but there is significant planning still to occur in respect to that in terms of the detail necessary to actually construct, right?
Lots of conversation to move from those general blobs on a map into a final constructible design. Yes.
So the statement that they absolutely won't be able to do that is premature.
Yeah, I think we haven't had an opportunity to have conversations. As mentioned, administration did present the concept with some of those groups prior to the SCAL meeting in December, but we haven't really had an opportunity to discuss impacts and potential, refinement of concept into detailed design to understand fully how we might be able to address some of the concerns that were raised here today.
Okay, fair enough.
Councillor Broadhead, do you mind if I jump in?
Go.
It's along the same lines. It seems what I'm hearing from the seniors concern about the pollinator garden, the vegetable garden, and then of course the pathway. So are the pollinator gardens and vegetable gardens within the lease boundary?
Through to the mayor, I would ask that our colleague from Community Services maybe speak to the lease property and alignment. So Ms. Wilkie, if you could just give us a bit of an update there.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. The pollinating garden is not within the lease boundary. It is included within the public use area.
Okay, but the vegetable garden is?
Sorry, no, I do not believe that the vegetable garden it's also outside of the lease perimeter.
Okay.
So our approach is to leave the lease land within the St. Albert Seniors Association and not impact that existing space.
That's what I would have figured. That's their
what we're
lease
looking
space.
for is an approach to work with them on ways that we can maybe build out the park plan in alignment with their operational model and how that works for the general park space. The land adjacent.
Yeah, okay. So the gardens are outside their lease space. I'm curious, I don't even know who can answer this, how they got an environmental grant to do something outside of their lease boundary. Like I would assume anything outside the boundary would need city approval. And if it had city approval, then I feel like we should do everything we can to protect it.
To the mayor. So through our new amalgamation of corporate grants within Recreation and Parks, we are building in a process to ensure that those pieces have been accommodated and been approved before they're funded. Understood at this point from our environment colleagues that it was understood it was within the lease boundary was the understanding when provided that grant funding.
Okay, interesting. All right. I'll ask my question about the path later. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. I have to explore that, I guess, a little bit further. Talk to us about Indigenous consultation. What's the plan in relation to that again?
I would ask our colleague, Mr. Dooley, maybe to provide some context on that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Broadhead. I'd say that at this point, sort of pending council approval of the borrowing bylaw and next steps on detailed design, we'd have more in-depth conversations with Indigenous partners about this project. To date, just sort of preliminary high-level discussions have occurred. So again, subject to next steps, we'd be looking to have some more detailed conversations about how we build Indigenous perspectives into the detailed design.
So when you talk about consultation, who are you consulting with?
So initial conversations have been with the St. Albert Sturgeon, Métis Local, Confederacy of Treaty 6, as well as Enoch First Nation and Alexander First Nation.
Okay. If some Indigenous people would like to have input, how would individual members of the community speak into the process?
I think at this time, it would be sort of through our regular public engagement channels by reaching out to members of City Council or through participating in the various advisory entities that exist within the First Nation or Métis Nation.
Perhaps if I could just jump in very quickly, Councillor, right? So again, I think understanding that under the current construct, the discussion is about how to optimize the design, not how to pick a design. Obviously, working with, as Trevor indicated, Métis Local, neighboring First Nations, Confederacy of Treaty 6. In terms of individual input outside of those formed organizations, and this is both Indigenous and non-Indigenous. Right now, there is no plan to go out for wide specific public consultation to individuals on that front. They have the normal capacity that they would have to send notes to council, send notes through the various means into the city, but that's the intent, given the fact that under the current construct, the decision has been made by this council on what the option is that we're pursuing.
Okay, fair enough. I think those are my questions for now, Madam Mayor.
We'll come back to if you need to. Okay, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So question about kind of detailed design. One of the comments that I've heard a lot is about concerns on the permeability of the outdoor services that would be put in under this plan. Is there an opportunity through detailed design to use surfaces that are permeable?
To Councillor Jolie, absolutely. We're looking at ways that we can preserve water quality or improve water quality. Water flow is going to be really critical to this site. So certainly looking at alternative options, and those kind of details really do come through the detailed design process.
Okay, thank you. And then kind of a question back to public engagement. So we've heard from a lot of members of the public over the last few weeks. I mean, would this feedback all be considered as we move forward with detailed designs and with consultation with specific partners? Is that taken into consideration?
Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah, to a degree. So yes, from a principal's perspective, but again, I would caution that right now we've been given very clear direction as to what the concept is that we're pushing forward in. So a wholesale departure of any of those key elements is not being considered. Having said that, the specifics as it relates to parking operations, how we minimize or optimize the impact on people, absolutely those elements would be part and parcel of the consultation with the affected groups.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is about the senior center garden. So I don't recall the details of our encroachment bylaw policy. I don't really remember what it's called. That's fairly recent. So do we have an encroachment agreement with the Seniors Association, and if we do, do we have details about that agreement?
I would defer to my colleague, Ms. Wilkie, if you can provide some more information on alignment with that lease.
Thank you. We do not currently have an encroachment agreement for the gardens.
Okay, thank you. And just in general, I'm not sure who in the room would know this. When we do know about an encroachment, is the process just to approach that land user to say, hey, these are kind of the rules around encroachments?
Maybe I can speak to that. So just generally, I think if an encroachment is known to the city, we do approach the landowner to enter into an encroachment agreement. And I haven't checked the policy in a while, Councillor Jolly, but I do recall that there was some specific rules about encroachments onto public parks, and especially reserve lands. So those would have to be taken into account.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
All right. Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we did, I'll just follow on the encroachment thing, because we did have a letter from the senior center indicating that I believe that they knew that they had the land that is on their lease, and then they have kind of a band around it, both towards the river and over to the walkway. That the senior center, I believe, is actually aware that they are, and the term encroachment sounds bad, but it's just they're using known parkland. So that did that ever come up? Because they did send us a letter saying that.
You talking the map with the dark blue and the red line?
Yeah, dark blue, red line.
Through the chair to Councillor Killick again, Ms. Wilkie, if I could ask you to just, the community services team maintains the relationship with the St. Albert Seniors Association with regard to their lease. So it's not that I don't want to answer, it's not my area of expertise. So Ms. Wilkie, I turn it over to you.
Yeah, just we have reconfirmed where the lease boundaries were and what is currently on the public land, and it's within the lease that there is a lease perimeter and there is a public use perimeter where things can spill out for temporary use or to sort of support operations. And in the follow-up conversations with the association, we have confirmed that this work won't touch the lease perimeter, but we will have to continue discussions on what the impacts may look like for that public use perimeter.
Okay, I'm not entirely clear. I understood that. So specifically the pollinator garden and vegetable garden, is that on their lease space or is that on the
outside?
Outside.
It is outside.
It's outside. Okay, thank you for that clarification. The discussions around parking coming up quite a bit, and current design is concept design is that there'll be events there, multi-use events throughout the year. We're going to hire an event coordinator to, because otherwise a park is just, green space, and we want this park used. So how would we respond to some of the questions around parking that have been raised by, I think, many people in the gallery?
I'll take a first stab at that and then turn it over to Mr. Slatt if he has any additions. So when planning a special event, we have a team of event liaisons that work with all of our event providers. We look at things like parking availability and if it's need based on the number anticipated at an event, if park and ride is requested to support how they access those services. So that is a part of all events that go through a current application process. So anything that is hosted on public lands at this time does go through an event application, existing events included. And then we would consider the need for park and ride through that. If it's a smaller scale event that there is enough parking downtown to support, or that we're not expecting mass numbers of people, then that can be supported through the current parking. And I would turn over to Mr. Slatt because he's done much research and discussion on the amount of parking in the downtown area.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councillor Killick. So I think Ms. Podlubny addressed the major concern as it relates to special events. We don't design around special events when it comes to parking. Otherwise, you just end up with a parking lot and not much else. We have been monitoring parking utilization rates in the downtown since 2014. We typically do the counts every other year, and there's been nothing in that time that's indicated that we're at the point where we are facing a shortage of parking. There are sensitivities to location of parking, which we're aware of. Everybody wants front door parking for everything at all times. But within the context of the entire downtown, there's absolutely adequate parking on average day-to-day demand.
We're going to do park and ride when there's a special event to alleviate that. But when there's just daily use, spontaneous use, I guess, how do we manage? Do we think we have enough parking to handle spontaneous use at the same time as we have things going on at the senior center, Legion, curling, those kind of things as well?
I typically, when we do our counts, we try to not do them on a special event day, but I do know that there were count days where there were significant utilization rates at the Taché parking lot, so between Curling Club and Seniors Facility, and there was still throughout that time period there was more than adequate parking available within the downtown.
Just like in the lot across here, there's, yeah.
The piece that I'm still struggling with a little bit is that one of the events that was just talked about was Rock in August, where vehicles that have been historically parked on that green space that we're now considering on concept plan for the water. Do we call it splash park or spray park? I'm not.
Splash pad.
Splash pad. Okay. Cement. And they're. So can you speak to that in terms of would that event still be able to park on that grass and utilize that space? Because it is a big part of Rock in August.
Thanks for that question, Councillor Killick, and through the mayor to you. I would encourage that one of the premises that council provided was to design a space that was really welcoming for events to be occurring within our community. We would look to host very similar events that we've hosted in the past in that space. So I don't think we've ever put on the table that we would not host existing events in that space. I would turn it over to Ms. Wild in terms of some of the design conversations we can have with our event organizers through the detailed design as well.
Yes, certainly. And thank you for the question, Councillor Killick. Certainly, as Ms. Plubney said, we are looking to support and help our existing event holders grow. So there's no intention to displace any existing events, as well as attracting other events and allowing them to grow as well. There may be some sensitivity within the first couple of years with landscaping and brand new sod and things like that. But the long-term plan for the site is that it can support existing events. So we know there will be impacts during construction. And as I mentioned, that first year or two when vegetation's establishing, where we might have some limitations, but they're not meant to be long-term.
And if I can just add to that, Councillor Killick, our events team is well aware and well briefed on this project as well. And one of their initiatives for the coming year would be to work with all event organizers to see if there's alternate locations for the 1 or 2 years during construction that we can support events so that they're not just placed out of the community, but rather maybe on a different site for a year or two while we're completing construction, if that's a need determined. Okay.
The other main point I think we heard today was around public engagement. And Mr. Fletcher, thank you for your direct clarification around the current concept plan. Even when we go back out and do a second round of engagement, it would be fine tuning of the concept plan. It would not be a full or wholesale change of any of the key elements that we've identified in the concept plan, which would be splash pad, band shell type facility, washrooms, tree removal, connectivity over to Lions Park. I think those are kind of the big building blocks, even though we would go out and consult with residents, it really wouldn't change those big building blocks. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay.
Keep going, Councillor Killick.
I think that answers the main. It's a tough question to answer. I appreciate the candid response from you and your team here today. I think I'll leave it at that. Maybe come back to other questions in a moment.
I'll come to you right away, Councillor Mackay, but on that vein of public engagement comes with a cost. I think the placemaking in 2018 had a price tag. Do you guys remember what that was?
I would defer to Mr. Slatt if he has the detail on that.
Yeah, he was involved.
It was it was the planning project at that time.
Thank you for the question, Mayor. If I recall correctly, it was around 120,000, but I believe Elizabeth also has a thought on it maybe. But from my recollection, anyway, it was around 120,000.
All right, yeah, we'll get to you. So I'm just wondering.
I'm corrected. Somebody's corrected me.
Sorry?
Somebody has corrected me.
You got a message?
Yes.
Go ahead.
God.
I'm told it's more in the neighborhood of 250,000. So.
Okay, and Councilor Mackay has a different number, but
No.
I remember we approved a project charter for that in 2016 or something. Anyway, my question was not just the price tag of that, but if there was a motion from council to do that, could that be drawn from the money that is approved through a borrowing bylaw as part of the project?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Herron. Yes, that's already planned within the budget as proposed.
Okay, all right. Councilor Mackay, you are next, so you can show us the number that you heard.
No, I've got.
Did you hear something different?
I've got documentation as to what the number is.
What do you have?
245.
But where did you get that?
513. I got it from documentation provided to us in May of 2022.
Okay.
May 31st of 2022.
It was a memo or a background or
a memo. And so basically the budget for the work was initially put at 360,000. However, the final total cost came in at 245,513. That included not only just public engagement, but some other additional costs, but that's what the costs were.
Perfect, thanks.
So
250,000 was close.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, go ahead with your questions.
A rounding error. I guess you kind of tied into that and a little bit in the response. So I mean, if when you were doing your timeline, Mr. Cameron, you were saying between 2016 and 2018, there was a great deal of public consultation, a very robust deal of public consultation that arrived at about a number of initiatives. And, you know, we've got those numbers that I've already mentioned, but then you mentioned that you've already kind of built in a budget area. What would that budget for additional consultations be? Being understanding all of the previous comments and questions as it relates.
Yes, thank you to the Chair, to Councilor Mackay. The future engagement would be with key stakeholders. So typically as we move from concept into detailed design, we don't do broad public consultation, but we do engage with those who are most impacted by the project. So the engagement that we plan in that spring, fall phase here of 24, if it proceeds, would be with those stakeholder groups. So that's the downtown business areas, that's our Indigenous partners, that's the leaseholders and businesses in and around Millennium Park, as well as our event holders.
Yeah, so specific target. So back in 2023, we had a growth capital project charter presented to us in relation to approximately $337,000 that would deal with detailed design and start preliminary construction as in a stage. There was about 5 different stages that we were looking at. Do we know in relation to costing out what we figure that design would be approximately now going forward with kind of the new concept that council's put in front of you?
Through the Chair, to Councilor Mackay, are you speaking to the design, the detailed design work that we would do? As a component of the project charter, the detailed design is proposed at about 2.1 million of that 16.
That's a little bit more than I thought it was going to be.
Where did you get that number? Sorry.
It was in the project charter. That was in our 2023 budget document.
Budget, okay.
And we've identified, so this was based on the initial project that came in front of council that was approved and dealt with some of the issues already. I mean,
I believe, Councilor, the previous number was specific to servicing, right? And this is for the entirety of the design.
Yeah,
So
no,
there are two different things.
yeah, no, fair comment. I was going to get to that. I was going to go to the fact that 2023 had identified that 337 number and that 2024 was going to start construction and be around 2.255 million for the.
That's the detailed design.
But it also, if you read the project charter, it also involves some of the infill that we were talking about, some of the studies that we needed to deal with and the like. So, I mean, even the previous charter was a significant.
Through the Charter, Councillor Mackay, when we reproduced the charter, when approved the first round of the borrowing bylaw in January, we did have submit a charter for council approval as well. That is the detail that we had at that time. So every time we resubmit a charter with more information, we're able to get more exact as we move further along in a project. So that is the most recent information that we have.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get it. I'm just trying to get a timeline and tie a dollar figure to it. That's all. I just was trying to figure out if there was kind of a different way. So, I mean, when we were looking at this way back, Millennium Park, I always say millennials. I don't know. Just, yeah, it's a baby boomer. It's protected by a berm from flood. And that was a 1 to 200 year kind of prediction. And now we've got a new floodplain map. Would that be part of the new kind of design and new kind of work that would have to be undertaken to see whether or not that new floodplain is adequate?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Mackay. Based on what we know today, that berm is functional. So the goal of the detailed design will be to not touch the berm in any way. But we will be completing some hydraulic analysis just to make sure that as we make modifications, if we were to make modifications, the water will still flow and the flood protection berm will continue to function. We have identified an area within Lions Park that the berm is incomplete. So we will be bringing that back to council to talk about filling in that gap as you move towards that CN trestle bridge. But as far as we know from in the Millennium scope, it is functional and our goal is not to touch it.
All right, thanks. So when we were looking at the pre-work and the work that was in the 2023 budget, there was also a lot of discussion as to integrating it with the Lions Park rehabilitation, the RMR work there. Is that still proceeding or is it still back on hold waiting for decision today?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Mackay. We have completed our concept planning for Lions Park. That was through a charter approved by council back in 22. What we've done in terms of lining up the projects, well, the two projects do speak to each other, and you saw that earlier in presentations here to council. We won't be coming back with a future charter in that until 2025.
So regardless of a decision today, that 2025 deals with Lions Park then?
Yeah, the Lions Park work could advance independent of a decision around Millennium Park. Again, depending on the decision with Millennium Park, we may have to go back and revisit the concept because again, we did our best to try and make sure that we weren't duplicating services across them and that we were creating a kind of an integrated park experience. So we may have to go back and revisit depending on direction.
When you were doing your concept development for Lion Park, did you do public consultation with the stakeholders you've identified in this process, or did it go out to more of a broader public?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We didn't go out for public consultation during that process. We aligned our planning with the direction around Millennium Park.
If I could add to that as well, I would say that we're not changing in principle the park function of Lions Park either. We're looking at how Lions Park reacts if the Millennium Park project proceeds, how it reacts within that space. So to Mr. Cameron's point, we're not duplicating services. For example, we're not renovating a washroom when we already have a washroom, just thinking in the best interests of the park space and also the public purse to make sure we're making responsible decisions as we advance forward. So it wasn't really a robust change of the existing park space in terms of its function or its program.
All right, thanks. That's all my questions, Madam Mayor.
All right. I'm sure all of you guys are wondering when I'm going to call a break. So Councillor Hughes, we'll call a break at 3. So as many questions as you want before that, and then we'll have a little bio break.
Hoping I'll be done by then. I don't have a lot. So just a quick question. If the borrowing bylaw doesn't pass today, I have no idea where this vote's going to go today. If it does not pass, what is the next steps? Because we've approved a project charter, but we will not have approved the funding for it. And I don't think that it's council's intention, even if this borrowing bylaw was to fail, to not still develop the park in some fashion. Whether it obviously will not be done as quickly, but it would also be like, we still want to do something, but obviously this is not the plan that we'd be developing. So what would be the next steps?
I like how you guys are all pointing at who's answering that one. Marta, go ahead.
So thank you for the question. So if the borrowing bylaw does not pass, then the project charter that was approved in January would be unfunded. The project charter in January is the one that has the new concept plan in it. So administration would have to come back to council to unfund that project and remove it from our plan. At that time, we could take direction from council to do anything related to Millennium Park that council desired.
Okay, so so I'm hearing is, okay, you're gonna come back at some point in the future, not today, obviously, to say, okay, we're gonna unfund it. I'm assuming you're gonna come back and talk and figure out what's going on. And then at that time, we could still come forward with the motion, or even before that, to say, let's come back. We still want to do a design, incorporate what we've heard from the public, and let's start over. Is that fair that we could still do that? So we're not saying no to anything today. We're just saying no to this project at this cost.
That is a course of action that could be taken, and alternatively, if the borrowing bylaw passed, then council could also pass a motion to direct administration to pause and take other steps before proceeding with detailed design, for example, or anything of the sort. If the project borrowing bylaw does not pass, then another borrowing bylaw, like if this project was going to go ahead, it would need a funding source at some point in time. So if the idea is that the project should go ahead, but potentially not in this iteration, then it could be an option to pass the borrowing bylaw and then direct administration to reconvene and come back with other options for council's consideration. I'll turn it over to
And
Mr.
can I interrupt it? Would we need to wait the 6 months before that? So if we have the funds, but there's some hesitation from council on maybe wanting more public consultation and maybe a different price tag, whatever it is. I guess you could, maybe not today, as you said, but a motion from council to direct, just like you said. So, but do we have to wait the 6 months is what I'm asking.
So the 6 months would be for the concept plan, right? So it kind of depends on where we are in time. But if it's direction that's like adjacent to the park, but not necessarily related to the concept plan, we could get that direction right now, like within 6 month period. And then if it was to change the scope, you also have the option of rescinding the motion previously passed.
If I could, Mayor, because I think that the crux of the discussion is actually not about the borrowing bylaw per se, right? But
I agree. Yeah.
It's about the project charter. It's about the scope and scale of the current concept. And so, that's kind of the meat of it. And I would say that, regardless of ultimately the decision on the borrowing bylaw, if council wanted to have that discussion, we can. But it's more than just incorporate, like it's got to be fairly specific, because right now there are council driven principles that have led us to where we are. And we would have to have a detailed discussion. I would offer, understanding that has a requisite delay in time and prioritization holistically, which is what it is, just so it's an informed discussion. Yeah.
Okay, because what I'm thinking about, Marta, and I only have like a minute left, is just that to do the borrowing bylaw, you have to have an approved project charter. So if we actually rescind the project charter, we de facto also rescind the borrowing bylaw. So we can like modify the project charter, but we can't actually revoke it, because then everything goes to moot. I just always remember you can't do it until you've actually approved a project to have something approved for debt. So I'm just trying to figure this out, because we want to, if it were to pass, I would still want to have more public consultation than what's currently being planned.
Do you want to maybe wait till we actually get?
So yeah, we can get to that and you can think about it, but I'm just looking at the process of trying to figuring out just so that when we do make a decision, we all on council know what the ramifications are of this. That's all. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
All right. Well, it's 3. We can come back to you if you have more questions after the break. Let's take 10-15 minutes. Take 15. It's 3 o'clock now. 3:15. I know Councilor Bermansky and I are going to be racing each other for the bathroom. But go ahead. All right. quarter after. All right, Councillor Hughes, you're coming? Okay. Councillor Jolly, you back with us?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Are we live? Okay. All right. Can I have everyone settle down so we can, Councillor Hughes, I'm going to go back to you because I just want to make sure you had all your questions answered.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, then we are back to you, Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question. I know when we had met with residents before, there was some comments around the original plan, the 2018 plan, would have been more agreeable to them, and that's a plan we had much more public consulting going on with, and arrived at that plan. Can someone remind me what? Because it was significantly smaller, it removed significantly less trees. I don't think it had an amenities building on it. I'm not sure exactly, but what was the cost roughly of that plan?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Killick. As it was originally costed in 2018 dollars with a 5% construction contingency, it was just shy of 13 million. In 2020, administration recosted the project, just wanting to get a better handle on how those numbers were derived. We also introduced the phasing that led to the last year's approved funding. So we recosted at that point, putting that recosting effort into 2023 dollars, it would be 16.9 million. That makes sense.
So 16.9 million for the park that was significantly smaller, took out less trees. I don't think it had a splash park in it.
Yeah, Councillor Killick, if I may, the original concept did have a slightly larger pavilion building. And based on the principle of trying to maintain some views between the pavilion and the river, it was a more architecturally intensive building, I would say. So there are more costs from the 2018 plan related to the design of the building than what we were proposing. Less than the building that's proposed under the 2023 concept is less than half of the cost of the 2018 pavilion building. If that helps.
Yeah, and I don't think there was like a kids playground and picnic area in the original. Could be. Can't remember.
In the original concept plan, there was a spray area, a splash deck very similar to what's proposed now, as well as social skating ice. The play area was introduced in this concept to provide continuity of play between Lions and Millennium. So it is new in the 2023 concept, and it's related to linking it to the Lions Park service provision.
Okay.
I would also just add that there was a trail plan for through the northeast corner of the park, a significant trail planned in the original concept as well through that space to provide connectivity to St. Albert Place.
The last question, and this was raised by Ms. Lattersure when she spoke. There was a number of planning documents that were discussed in her comments around our green environmental plan, and some of the key comments in there about preservation of nature and wildlife corridors, wetlands, all of those things, but specifically around trees. There's also mention that we had just run, and that plan was just released a couple of 3-4 weeks ago, just literally the same time we announced this particular meeting for Millennium Park. There also the Tree City Award that we got, and even in our council strategic plan that we'll be reviewing later today, there's still a large environmental component in there. It's one of our key pillars. So I just wonder was there any discussion or internal debate around how we align the park and all of those documents, or is that, and I'll offer maybe a simple out, but is that because council gave direction to go this route as opposed to what we've also got listed in all of these other documents? I'm just trying to see where the misalignment seems to have happened on that point.
Through the chair to Councillor Killick. So as we were building out the plan for Millennium Park, we do consider all of the policy statements specifically related in the MDP, where it aligned and where it misaligned. We started as a base with our 2018 plan. That was our intent as administration to progress on. It was under council direction to include 3 new kind of areas of consideration in the park planning, to expand viewpoints to the river, to provide more connectivity through Alliance Park and St. Albert Place, and also to look for event hosting kind of opportunities with a more plaza-like framework. So that certainly was the direction of council for us to consider. We've just been really clear that we can incorporate into the detailed design some practices that could improve the environmental impact on the site, but that there is some misalignments to existing policy. And I would look to my colleagues if you have any of the further additions.
That's okay. That's a good answer, unless there's something material that you'd like to add. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
All right. I see no more councillors wanting to speak. I have a really quick question. Green alder was found in the park, and it says here not commonly found in St. Albert. Does that mean that somebody planted it? It's just, I'm totally curious about it.
Through the mayor, it is a naturally occurring species. It's just not prevalent in St. Albert.
That's cool.
It is not a protected species, just to be clear, though.
Okay.
It's just unique to in the city.
Okay. More serious question is in the background. It says site grading will maintain the natural draining of water towards the river, and low impact development options will be explored to assist in water management. Just talk about low impact development.
Yeah, certainly. So one of the things that those wetlands are doing is improving water quality. As that water is not flowing as it would overland to the river, it is still allowing that water to seep into the groundwater table. It's improving water quality. So low impact development are basically artificial ways to do the same thing. So they include things like bioswales and soil retention cells, and things that allow us to use harder infrastructure or more disrupted spaces, but still restore some of those functions, knowing that we're never going to be able to fully replicate a natural system. But you'll see bioswales, rain gardens, things like that are within that low impact development realm.
Cool. Okay. Okay, got more councillors with questions. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the things that we've heard is simply a true desire to have more public input into the process going forward. How could we manage that in a reasonable manner, given that council's given direction? I understand there's some disconnect there, but is there a motion, or is there a understanding or an addendum to today's borrowing bylaw that would say, yes, but before we go any further, community needs to be re-engaged?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I'll take an initial stab at that, and then anybody from the team can sort of jump on board. So yes, so currently, if the borrowing bylaw is passed with no ancillary or related direction, then we will do detailed design and begin construction, right? That's the current path with anything else. To the point of your question, to do detailed public consultation on any concept plan requires money. So there's a bit of a chicken and egg discussion in terms of that component of it. The easiest way, frankly, would be to pass the borrowing bylaw with the caveats that we use money to do a fulsome public engagement on the current concept as it currently sits, or broader if public so choose, or if council so chose. come back then for a re-engagement and not to begin detailed design until that discussion has been had. That is, we could craft a motion, I think, that would lead us down that path. There are other options. You could kill the whole thing and we could start again, right? Or sort of variations on those themes. So I don't know if that got after your question, but I think the simplest way would be to leverage the current boring bylaw with the specific guidance and direction on sort of the sequencing of public engagement, detailed design, and then ultimately a decision in construction, if that answers your question.
Okay, fair enough. The implication of that would be certainly a longer construction period, and we wouldn't see construction till 2026 or something like that.
I would say not before 2026, but I would defer to the experts on that. Yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Broadhead, I would suggest that it will for sure delay. I couldn't give you a specific date till we understand more of the nuance of what council's looking for as an expectation on that.
And if we killed the bylaw, we wouldn't have any money to do what you just talked about. You'd have to have a separate project charter. At budget time.
Killed the bylaw effectively. That's correct. We'd
There
have
would
no
be no
funding
funds
source with
to
which
do
to do
the
that. We'd have
public
to look for an
engagement.
alternate funding source. That's correct.
Okay.
Could you take some time with, or could our legal counsel take some time and craft a perspective bylaw that we could take a look at before
Perspective motion, you mean?
perspective motion, in addition to the borrowing bylaw that we could consider as council, whether or not we would choose to add it or not?
Mayor, if you would grant us 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Right. We could.
You know what? We're still in the project charter update. When we get to the boring bylaw.
Borrowing bylaw component.
Because I will need to know if that motion comes forward, is it a motion that passes after third reading or at second reading? I'll look to you when we see what it looks like. We'll talk about it then. Because Councillor Bermansky has also asked to ask a question.
Thank you, through the mayor to administration. It's been mentioned here that the crux doesn't seem to be the borrowing bylaw, but I'm hearing from the public that it is, you know, quite a big part of the conversation. When you did the research in 2018, was it considered as a project that you'd be borrowing money for? Or was it somehow funded at that time, or the city had more money at that time?
Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky, I would ask my colleague, Mr. Slatt, to come on and respond. I believe at that time though, and maybe I'll start and he can log in and add his feedback. I believe at that time it was part of the bigger DART plan and was not allied to funding. It was included in the 10-year capital plan as a project within the DART components, but was never funded through for construction. But I don't believe they got into a funding source as a part of that conversation. And I would look for Mr. Slatt to correct me if I'm wrong. I apologize, Adrian.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bermansky. So Ms. Podlubny basically answered it. It was intended to be followed up as a capital project for approval.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Hughes.
So I just want a little bit of clarity on this, because what we're saying is that we have the concept, and if we were to do consultation, it would be of a minor nature, not a major nature, right? We have all the elements we want, kind of where we want them, and then we're kind of refining the details. So I was looking at, like, I'm going to buy a boat. I have the boat. We're just kind of picking out kind of radio and the color of the sails and how big, that kind of thing, right?
It depends on what the motion says.
Right.
Yeah.
But if we were to have a motion that said, like, again, let's assume for this moment that it passed. And we had a motion that said, go back and do public consultation. But then I'm also hearing that we're not going to be doing major differences. And what I'm hearing from the public is that a lot of their problems are both the cost and also just, they would like some major differences done. So how do we reconcile those two?
I could start. I think how we reconcile those two is, again, presuming that the motion, because how you articulated the initial stake is actually that it's stakeholder engagement on the current concept. So it's about optimizing as opposed to really evolution or revolutionizing. If the motion were to pass, I think we would have a discussion, but ultimately I think it's a wider public consultation that would likely incorporate some work on principles and those broader elements. That could then come back to council, because we would hold off detailed design, and then council at that point in time would have a decision to make on whether the current charter remains extant with tweaks, what can be done in terms of that current concept, or whether you want to scrap that concept, quite frankly, and go back to a different charter. That would be the tear line for that.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Jolly, you're good? Okay, I see no more registered speakers or questions from council. This was just to receive for information. You essentially don't have to make a motion, but it's there. So why don't we? You have to accept it. You've heard it. You can't unheard it. So it's just for information. So Councillor Mackay, go ahead. Thank you for that.
That the agenda report entitled Millennium Park Project Update dated April 16th, 2024 be received as information. No comments.
I see no more comments either. I'll just maybe add. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
I just, I think it's important to recognize that council gave administration clear directive on 3 or 4 key elements. And I think it's important that we note that staff took those points away and came back with a concept plan that addressed all of those items. So that should not be on any comments or future direction is not for a lack or anything on administration's point. And I think we've had lots of walkarounds and maps and concept designs shown to us, little models, all those kind of things. So I think it should be recognized that we council gave administration some pretty clear directions, and you took those away and developed a concept plan that was updated here today in chambers, and that is not wherever we end up, that's not a reflection on the good work that administration has done and nor the communication that you've done on our behalf with residents and different groups. So just to make sure that we know that your work here is appreciated, and to get it to this stage and wherever we end up going next on the next steps, that shouldn't be missed. So just to close on that comment.
Thank you, Councillor Killick. I was just going to add a thank you too for being here and answering all our questions. So we have clear ideas of what's going on. I'll call for the vote on receiving for information. But you wanted to close? Okay. Okay. I called for the vote. Sorry. Nothing popped up for me to push. I'm in favor. We're good. Okay, voting is closed and I don't even have it showing up on my screen. Unanimous? Okay, thank you. All right. So we moved 8.1, which is the actual bylaw, up to follow that conversation. So we will go straight to that. We've got Brenda Barclay from the Manager of Financial Operations is going to speak to, do you have any opening comments, or we just?
Yes, I've got a few opening comments.
Pardon?
I have a few opening comments.
Okay, hold on one sec. What?
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're gonna go to Brenda first, because it might answer some of Ken's questions. And I've got Ken Crutchfield who wanted to speak to the bylaw. So go ahead, Brenda.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. I'm here this afternoon to present the second and third reading of the Millennium Park borrowing bylaw. This bylaw received first reading on January 23rd, 2024. A petition in opposition of this bylaw was filed on April 2nd, 2024. However, it did not have enough signatures. Therefore, administration is presenting to council second and third reading. A borrowing bylaw for this project is set at $20.8 million, as we've heard. A borrowing bylaw sets the maximum amount that council may borrow for a project. At this time, council has approved the project only to a maximum of $16.6 million. Any project costs projected to be in excess of this amount will require approval by council. An approved borrowing bylaw creates no obligation to borrow any or all of the amount. Actual boring on this project will be aligned with total project costs, cash flow needs, and may be secured in smaller denominations as the project proceeds. This ensures that we only borrow what is needed when it is needed. Given the planned, design, and construction timelines for this project, it is anticipated that the borrowing will take place over at least 2 years, which will spread the tax impact. The debt servicing of this equates to approximately a 1% tax increase over 2026 and 2027. And the city will be looking to fund this project through borrowing with Alberta Treasury. And that concludes my presentation, and I will take any questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Crutchfield. Over there.
The microphone is just coming live now.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, Mayor Herron and councillors. Me and my wife Valerie do not support the Millennium Park design nor the level of the planned expenditure. 3 reasons stand out. 1, the redevelopment concept for Millennium Park does not retain or incorporate the value of the existing native forest features. 2, the earlier 2018 concept was abandoned without justification, and the current council derived a concept that lacks public input. 3, the proposed work does not conform with current city regulation and policy. And I'll explain some of the points. Millennium Park's forested elements are remnants of a natural parkland landscape. The tree stand is healthy, and in the context of a native parkland forest, the mess that people talk about is very natural. Plants living and dying are a natural progression that sustains a wider diversity of wildlife than that found in a manicured landscape. The value of this forest remnant will vary depending on the knowledge and values of the person viewing it. To a great degree, the forested lands of Millennium Park show the consequence of human disturbance, but is not so great as to warrant modifying some or all of it to revert to a monoculture of grasses and cultivated trees. The presence and size of the forest fringe abutting the Sturgeon River throughout its length are integral to the continued importance of the Sturgeon River providing a wildlife corridor. The continuing efforts of the city to establish forested margins speaks to these corridor expectations, which are also set out in the 2021 Municipal Development Plan. I believe council is providing conflicting messages to residents on the value of these forest elements. On one hand, it funds naturalization, expanded forest cover, native trees versus cultivated varieties because it benefits the attraction and retention of wildlife. Then it advocates Millennium Park Forest to be significantly reduced when the wildlife corridor along the Sturgeon is already constrained. To give you some perspective, Easter Monday, I took petition for 7 hours. Over the course of that time, 90% of the people that I approached were opposed to the concept and the expenditure. And 10%, about the best they could tell me was that they didn't like the mess or they wanted the mosquitoes controlled. And that was about it. And that was echoed again in the St. Albert Gazette poll that essentially came up with a figure close to that, 80% of being opposed, 20% either extreme. So the public hearing offers an opportunity for both sides. I haven't heard anything here today of anyone speaking about going forward with the concept as it's being planned. These forested areas are very much frame the identity of our neighborhoods. The residents are drawn to them for a variety of uses, and it's reflected in the St. Albert regulations and policy. To name 3 of them, this 2021 Municipal Development Plan, the 2024 Green Environment Strategy, and their Urban Forest Management Policy all call for retention of these forested areas. The existing forest cover in Millennium Park should be incorporated into the redevelopment plan and not removed, both as a windbreak for the uses of the open areas and a natural backdrop. The abandoned 2018 concept was the outcome of an exhaustive public consultation process costing $250,000. It has no comparable process for the 2024 concept. Today's council meeting includes an update to Millennium Park. That update update made no mention of the 2018 Millennium Park concept being finalized and incorporated into the development area redevelopment plan in 2019. It also inappropriately takes the public feedback from the earlier 2018 concept planning process as being attributable to the 2024 concept. It further makes reference to further consultation, but makes no elaboration on the general residents being included. It talks about stakeholders. Well, the senior club and that, they don't vote. The residents that sign that petition vote, and I vote. And right now, we're not in favor of the proposal as it's going forward. So I'm arguing that this misappropriation of the 2018 findings to underpin the 2024 concept. Oh my God, 30 seconds. Okay. The recommendation I'm making here right now is cancel bylaw 3 and council to set out parameters for spending specified funds and to undertake public and stakeholder consultations to address concerns over scope, design, and budget. Only council is accountable to the public. The chief administrator and administration aren't. Thank you very much.
3 seconds left. You got it in. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Crutchfield? I see none. All right. I had a question that I just totally forgot. Brenda. So you talked about how the boring bylaw works. Correct. Actually, real quick, Diane. I'm assuming in 2004 or 5, we had to have a boring bylaw for service place. Yes. It was mentioned today that it would never be paid off. Where are we in the service place borrowing and repayment of that loan?
I will get Ms. Victor to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this year is our last payment on that.
2024, it's done. It was a 20-year term.
Yeah.
Thank you. My biggest concern right now is all I'm hearing, and I'm even hearing Councillor Hughes had a proposed motion to do further public feedback, additional consultation, take into the current concerns, overall designs, the current tree footprint, provide. I want to find a way to fund that. And so, Brenda, my question to you is, I'm not asking you how much that will cost because it's probably hard for you to answer, but could the boring bylaw funds be used for that consultation, or does it need to be explicitly stated somewhere in the bylaw?
I think it needs to be explicitly stated. Let me just, no. Okay,
I'm hearing.
sorry, I'm
Diane
seeking
and Carter.
clarification.
Yeah.
And the bylaw would specify what it's to be used for. So if as long as it's in the charter and it's all the corresponding costs, that would be included.
Is that how you see it, Diane?
Yeah, I mean, the bylaw talks about design and construction and public consultation is part of design. So that would be.
So you would need the direction on how broad that public consultation should be.
No, the borrowing bylaw stipulations in the MJ just basically says it has to set out what the money is intended for. And so it's intended.
I'm just thinking beyond what your current plans are, right?
Yeah, I think it's 2
Stakeholder.
separate components. So I think the borrowing bylaw in and of itself is sufficient to enable the options that Councillor Broadhead had asked about.
Okay.
Defining those options, I would offer would need subsequent direction. Yes.
Okay, so, and then I think we need some confidence, the 7 of us, that you would only borrow what you needed for that public consultation and then not go any further. So another check in with council for approval. You're nodding. Okay. All right. Councillor Killick.
Yeah, I kind of think I heard something different, and
Okay.
I need to make sure that we're very clear what we're potentially approving or not approving. The borrowing bylaw is for the concept plan as we have laid it out and identified and clarified in the previous presentation. Even if we do a carve out that says we do more consultation, it's consultation on that concept plan.
That is to be determined. I offer what I'm hearing, and I think this is a subsequent discussion. The concept plan would remain extant. There is with the borrowing bylaw and the current charter, it is a thing. right? And it's not a thing until you take it away. That does not constrain if you wish to expand the scope of the public consultation to look ultimately at the principles underlying Millennium Park, that can be done. And then it comes back to council for consideration. At that point in time, there is a fundamental discussion to be had about what can be done under the current concept, or if the current concept is insufficient, where do you go from there?
And I think we're talking and asking questions about a potential motion that we haven't seen. So,
That's correct.
yeah, so you had asked when Wes was talking about this, that you needed some time to work with him.
I just had one further.
Yeah, no, we'll absolutely. So do you want to ask your question now, or do you want to wait to see what?
I'd like to ask.
Go ahead.
Question now.
Okay.
So trying to make it clean and for administration to provide clear direction, as well as to our citizens and residents also to know what we are approving here ultimately is a cleaner way forward, is to start afresh with clean funding that says we're going to take X number of dollars, maybe 250 or 300, whatever from that we had before, and say we want to have full public engagement around a new concept. Is that a cleaner way forward than trying to do this?
Great question, Councillor Killick. I can speak to that. So the current bylaw is for the financing, the construction of Millennium Park and all the incidental work associated with it. So regardless of that in place, we can approve the bylaw as is, that will cover it. And then if council wants to provide further direction after the fact and change the charter, they can do that after outside of this, but that won't impact the bylaw. Does that make sense? Because this is for the whole construction of Millennium Park and all the incidental work associated.
So you're saying that this would fall under the incidental work?
Yeah. Okay. But of course, there's a current charter in place. So if that current work that you're asking for is in addition to that project charter cost, that would need further council approval outside of this, but the bylaw would cover that.
So again, I think the bylaw sort of covers everything in terms of the option space ahead of it. And so to your point, Councillor, I think, right, sort of managing the sequencing of this, it would require the passing of the borrowing bylaw from a funding source or an alternate funding source if you chose not to pass the borrowing bylaw and proceed. That is an option. With then a clear motion that would talk about the sequencing of the way ahead. And so that motion would frame the level of public engagement. And so if you don't tell us anything and you pass the borrowing bylaw, we're going to do stakeholder engagement on the current concept. Like that's it. If a motion specifically saying you will do broader public engagement, and I'm sort of working with language off the top of my head here a little bit, and some basic discussion on the principles that underlie Millennium Park, right? The broad-based concepts, that could be done. Bring it back to council. And at that point in time, you would have a decision to make about what could be incorporated into the current construct and go, or to fundamentally alter or rescind, I guess, the project charter and come up with a new one. Based on that feedback. That's the opportunity for council to go forward if you choose to use that as the mechanism. Is that clear? Does that answer your question? I think.
Mayor Heron, sorry, just point of order. I'm not sure if it's on the screen there, but in the chat here, we just got a proposed motion that was tossed into the chat. I don't know if
we haven't seen that. No.
So we just drafted a motion kind of based on this discussion, just so we're kind of clear on the administrative side and on the council side, what a motion could look like from a process perspective. If I could just add, I believe the proper way to do this would be to consider the borrowing bylaw first. And if it passes, then pass a motion of similar, something like this. And if the borrowing bylaw fails, also potentially pass a motion similar to this, but with a funding source identified that is not the borrowing bylaw. Because
can we do that before third reading, after, like between second and third? Because I feel like council needs the assurance that some members of council might want this passed before they do third reading.
Yes, we could do that.
Okay. So so it says, says that administration undertake public engagement on the principles underlying the current concept plan. So remind us what the principles are. Is it the kind of the direction that about the open views and that kind of stuff? Okay. Principles, as approved by council 23rd, for Millennium Park Development Project and present the results of public engagement to council by Q1 of 25 prior to the undertaking of detailed design and construction on the project funded from the associated boring bylaw. Okay, now I have it in my head. Okay. Pardon?
I just didn't want,
Ask the question.
I'm just saying that that motion is assuming that the funding source is the bylaw.
That's what it says, and that's why I said it should be between second and third before
Yeah,
you go to third,
Sorry,
right?
It just keeps getting smaller and up and down.
The font.
Sorry, I just want to make sure. Thanks. Sorry, Sean.
I'm concerned about the timelines. Q1 of 25. Is that? Yeah. Okay.
I think it would be no later than that, but
Okay.
to go up and do a fulsome scope of public engagement is not insignificant.
No, and that's why you need the funding source, right? So, I would feel like this summer, but whatever, we can talk about that. You got it? And okay, we don't have anyone even making this motion yet. So, any more questions of administration? No? Okay, sorry. Councillor McKay.
It's just a general question and it's
Yep.
concerning funding sources. So if right now that funding source identifies it coming from the.
Sorry?
That right now, that motion that's on the screen that we talked about that keeps changing font is funded from the associated boring bylaw. Can I ask you a question if there's other funding sources?
Sure.
Because we're talking about the boring bylaw, but I just want.
No, go ahead.
And what's our stabilization reserve at right now?
I would just need a minute to check that. I would probably recommend the capital reserve if we were doing a
Yeah,
capital
fair enough.
project.
Yeah, thank
The
you. Yeah, it makes
uncommitted
sense.
balance in that right now is 6.2 million.
6.2 in the capital reserve?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, I appreciate the comment. I'm just curious.
Okay, that's good. Good question. Anyone else have any questions? You guys, we're done. Sorry, this is a council meeting. We provide time for public to speak, but now it is a conversation, honestly, between 7 members of council, supported by somebody, the experts. Is anyone wanting to make this motion? Does anyone want to go to second reading? Is anyone wanting to just go read second reading and defeat? What are we, I'm not making a motion, guys, because that's not my role.
Madam Mayor, I mean, it's my motion to do the bylaw. And I think this would give some, I'd be happy to make this motion as well in between second and third reading, because it gives some comfort, as minimal as that might be to some, to our public, that they'll be heard on where they stand on this particular park project.
Okay, so second reading. Go ahead, if you want, because no one else is registered to speak. I don't think Natalie's got her hand up. No, we're good. Yep. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry.
I'll read the first one in then. That bylaw 3/2024 being a borrowing bylaw for the Millennium Park be read a second time.
All right, I'll accept the motion. Do you have opening comments?
I do indeed,
All right.
Madam Mayor. So thank you, Madam Mayor, and I would like to preface my comments this afternoon by acknowledging and thanking everyone who is here in chambers and those who are not, who took the time to send me emails advocating for their point of view. Many were well thought out and respectfully presented, and all were passionate in their conclusion around what should or should not be the decision of council this afternoon. So what is before council? Fundamentally, to debate and make a decision on whether to approve a borrowing bylaw that would enable the continued planning and ultimately the redevelopment of Millennium Park. How is council to arrive at such a decision, Madam Mayor? First, we have to consider what the mandate of council is. So what is the purpose of a municipality in the first place? Well, this is found in the Municipal Government Act, Part 1, Section 3, and it reads, The purposes of a municipality are to provide good government, to foster the well-being of the environment, to foster the economic development of the municipality, to provide services, facilities, or other things, in the opinion of council, are necessary or desirable for all or a part of the municipality, to develop and maintain safe, viable communities, and to work collaboratively with neighboring municipalities to plan, deliver, and fund intermunicipal services. What then are the duties of councillor? These are again found in the Municipal Government Act, Division 3, Section 153. Madam Mayor, while there is a list of duties, the ones pertinent to today's discussion are the first three, and they are to consider the welfare and interests of the municipality as a whole, and to bring council's attention anything that would promote the welfare or interests of the municipality. To promote an integrated and strategic approach to intermunicipal land use planning and service delivery with neighboring municipalities. To participate generally in developing and evaluating the policies and programs of the municipality. So council today is deciding whether to pass a borrowing bylaw that would allow for the redevelopment of Millennium Park. Madam Mayor, we have heard today from many presenters and we've received emails why we shouldn't pass the bylaw. I've heard the following: costs way too much. The impact on the environment is significant, both in terms of tree and wetland removal. Too many people would come to the park, thereby impacting on parking in downtown, in and around the curling rink, the Legion, and Red Willow Place. The impact on the programs of the 50+ Club, specifically the Pollinator Garden and their outdoor activities, present or planned, is invasive and destructive. The 2023 Millennium Park Plan is different than the 2018 Millennium Park Plan, and the 2023 plan hasn't been socialized with St. Albert residents to the same extent as the 2018 plan. And finally, just under 5,000 residents signed a petition not to borrow the money. So with us all against the borrowing by, why on earth would council ever consider such a thing? Well,
Okay, I'm gonna say this one more time. This is really difficult for council as well. Hope you understand that. If that continues, I will clear the gallery.
however, there are good reasons. What is the vision for a revitalized park, and why would we undertake this activity? Fundamentally, for the good of the community as a whole. This is the vision. Lively public places that infuse areas with a sense of vibrancy are an essential component to the successful revitalization of the St. Albert downtown area. The development of Millennium Park is a significant demonstration of the city's continued commitment to downtown. The park will play a critical placemaking role by establishing a high-quality, multi-use, programmed, and spontaneous public space linking Alliance Park, St. Albert Place, and the Red Willow Park and Trail system. It also provides opportunities for healthy, active lifestyles and community connection. When communities invent and enhance projects such as the St. Albert Promenade and Millennium Park, business investment in the downtown areas often follow. The return in tax revenues from the related economic growth, especially in urban areas, can often offset the initial public expenditure. The 2023 Park Concept Plan advances this vision. Madam Mayor, a few weeks ago at the St. Albert Business Breakfast, we heard from the National Vice President of Avis Young speak on what it takes to be a successful community. He spoke to case studies across North America, describing the activities undertaken by municipalities that were successful and the foundational principles that underpinned their success. To summarize his comments, he stated that successful municipalities had a strategic vision for their community. They invested in their community. They ensured their community was attractive to all age demographics, and they stood firm when the inevitable opposition to the strategic plan was voiced in their community. What about St. Albert? Why would we invest in our downtown? We would do so not only to revitalize our downtown and bring people to the downtown to support business, but also to indicate to the world that our community is proud of our city and is willing to invest to make it a great place to live for all. Madam Mayor, we have a very large example of this principle here in St. Albert. Council recently met with the leadership of Uline, one of the largest commercial properties in our community. They actually related why they chose to locate to St. Albert. The story went that their owner was touring the region, and when she came to St. Albert, she saw our community and how we invested in trails and sidewalks and flowers and trees and making our community a great place to live. She said that our community values matched her vision and values, and that was the deciding factor in her choosing to locate her business in St. Albert. All one has to do is drive by Uline to understand their company's values. Madam Mayor, one of the largest projects facing council is the development and activation of the Lakeview Business District. We need to show the world that St. Albert is the best place to live, not only in the Edmonton region or in Alberta, but indeed all of Canada. Madam Mayor, I would conclude my opening comments with the following quote. This from Doug Griffiths, former PC MLA and Minister of Municipal Affairs for the province of Alberta, in his book, 13 Ways to Kill Your Community. He states, many people say that they want to have a sustainable community, but what they really mean is they want the status quo. In this world, there is no such thing. Seeking to be vibrant, dynamic, responsive, adaptive, and enterprising can give you what your community needs to keep from dying. But to seek the status quo immediately becomes complacency, and complacency is the perfect way to ensure your community will end in good time. Madam Mayor, people may scoff at such a statement. St. Albert won't die, but my response to that is look around downtown and you have your answer.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Killick, you're up next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm really having trouble with proceeding with the borrowing bylaw as it's written here today. I think we've heard everything about how we want to protect our trees and our green spaces. It's a lengthy document was published just a couple of weeks ago, our green environment plan, and it talks about preservation. We treat it with respect, all of those things. I won't go into it. It's a lengthy document, but it was well articulated by one of our residents. Again, green environment plan protects the river valley, protects trees, protects the environment. Our current MDP Flourish also has a large section in there about protecting our environment. We've just won the Tree City World recognition, and it talks all about protecting trees, monitoring them, replacing them, looking at tree canopy, et cetera, et cetera. Our own council strategic plan, one of the key pillars is around environmental protection. And we're going to review that later this afternoon, but it's listed many points in there about protecting the environment. The other thing, as this is a borrowing bylaw, 1% is a big increase for one project. I've said many times that we really need to focus, and I believe our focus is as council, Lakeview development in spreading out the tax base to businesses rather than on residents. So maybe this borrowing could be better spent against advancing Lakeview. We have downtown vibrancy. Again, there are many things that could be done to enhance the downtown. We know we need to do northeast servicing as well. Yes, those can all fit in within our borrowing capital limits and limits set by the provincial government, limits that we have set ourselves. which are less than the provincial maximum. But just because they can fit within the affordability of the city budget process doesn't mean that it can fit in with the affordability of our residents. So I had to step back, and as I've often been asked to kind of refer to my brochure of why I ran for council, and it has things in there. Taxpayers have the right to complete transparency, and I think that speaks around the public engagement that I would be looking for going forward. It says open and honest debate and decision making. So again, I look back at that and say financial transparency and decision making is what I ran on, and I feel like this is not fulfilling that for me personally. Talked also about very last point was what I said to the residents of St. Albert when I was elected, our green spaces, trees, parks, trails in the Sturgeon River Valley make St. Albert special. I'm committed to protect and expand these for everyone's enjoyment. So I find myself looking back at a brochure that I was actually reminded to check in on every once in a while, and it just does not seem to fit with the current borrowing bylaw to advance Millennium Park as it's been outlined. My preference would be to not move forward with this, step back, take a second sober look, and come up with a new plan that looks at broader public engagement and maybe a scaled back plan. Thank you.
Councillor Jolly, then Councillor Bermansky.
That was quick. I didn't think I'd be right away. So Councillor Broadhead, as always, I think you say it best. My support for this bylaw comes after over a decade of work of past councils, of the members of the public who have participated in engagement sessions over the years, and of staff who have done an amazing job of putting this plan together. Last year I was mighty annoyed that we're going back to the drawing board so that we could move away from the original vision for the project. And I was concerned at that time about council kind of getting into the details. And I feel like we're kind of experiencing sort of some of the results of that decision now. I'm aware of concerns about the environmental impacts of this development, including habitat, stormwater management, tree canopy. I also feel strongly about these issues. And really, I would encourage everyone to not only share their views about, a project once it hits kind of the front page of the Gazette, but also, whenever we have a project, I mean, we didn't get this much engagement for a municipal development plan that has, 1,000 times more magnitude impact on our city. So I'm really struggling with that disconnect. Ultimately, like Councillor Broadhead, I'm excited about welcoming families, including children, to this part of downtown. I believe that welcoming diverse groups to downtown and to city parks in no way detracts from our support for other groups, including the Seniors Association. My expectation is that the park will bring added vibrancy downtown. That was the goal, kind of right from the get-go in 2010. And that will absolutely help support the vibrancy of the senior center and downtown businesses. I'm confident that the consultation that we'll have, if this goes ahead, will support a project that's sensitive to the needs and values of our community. So I'm supporting this motion. And I have one last comment, kind of based on some of the the presentations we heard earlier today. One of the speakers talked about how we should put this to a citywide vote, which, you know, through the presentation of someone else who mentioned Service Place, we know that even when we have those votes, 2 decades later, there will still be residents who are unhappy with the decisions we make. Ultimately, you know, we're never going to make a decision that pleases everyone. And when we seek to do so, we really fail as governors and we create a costly municipal budget. At the end of the day, this project is a cornerstone of our strategic plan, and hard decisions like these are the cornerstone of what makes a strong council. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jelly. Councillor Bermanski.
Thank you through the mayor to all the people in the room and administration as well. I'll go through the comments that Councillor Broadhead presented. I mean, a good presentation, but I'll take it one step at a time. Councillor Broadhead mentioned, you know, we're here to, as our list of duties, we're here to be good government. So good government takes into consideration what it's costing the taxpayers. I've heard in the room today that a lot of people can't afford the tax increase at this point in time. I've also heard that now we're perhaps looking at, you know, new research that could be a small amount out of capital funds. Why would we put the city in a space of borrowing $20.8 million for something that we haven't even got a plan for? And at last, that's our maximum amount we can have there. Environmentally, there was many discussions about changing things in the environment, and the response was, you know, in Deer Ridge, we've took out green space, Erin Ridge, Riverside, and we just pay the province and they fix some environmental problem somewhere else. Well, we're in St. Albert. We need to be fixing our own environment problems and keeping our own environment, you know, beautiful and proper as it can be. Necessary things are, a lot of times government thinks things are necessary, but the comments that I got from many people in deciding this borrowing bylaw was, why now? Why all of a sudden? Like, we have so many projects that we need to fund. We have a beautiful river valley that people love. And why now? And I still haven't got the answer to that. Why now? Why does it have to be now? Why are we borrowing money? Why are we raising taxes just to do it now? What are we gaining by doing it now? We've upset citizens. We're displacing seniors, the curling, the Legion, cost to individual taxpayers, cost to the green penalty. What gain? I haven't heard the gains yet. I've heard, well, we'll have this splash pad. We can bring more people to downtown. Next comment by Councillor Broadhead was safe community. Will it be safe if we open up downtown to, you know, many events, drawing in like all kinds of people from wherever, opening up the green space, no green space, you know, to shelter the senior center. One of the pictures that was sent to me from a citizen was a view from the bridge where all those trees are gone. And you see the back of the senior center and you see the back of it and you see concrete. Your whole visual has changed. Your whole visual of the river valley has changed. We keep saying we need to bring people to downtown. We need all these big events downtown. We have many places throughout the city that we can do large events. We don't have to do them all in downtown. We have we did the concerts on the Seven Hills before. We've done things at the Heritage Park. We have all these other great spaces that we could spread the joy throughout the city. There's lots of people that live in downtown that don't want, you know, thousands of people down there for specific events and you know, and perhaps you know, I mean, you bring in, sometimes when a business gets too big, it's sort of like when you make the park too big. There's too much garbage. There's too many people. There's effects to the downtown businesses on crime and people that are kind of left over from the party, so to speak. So I appreciate every kind of event that we have downtown. We have great events downtown right now, but I keep coming back to that. Why now? And why borrow money to do it right now? The Uline conversation. Uline mentioned how much they liked the green of St. Albert, the flowers. And here we are again, changing the green. The greatest thing about people that feel when they're riding down the river valley on the bikes is the trees on the sides, the quiet. You take down those trees, there's no quiet in that whole section anymore. You have the noise from the farmer's market, you have people coming and going, you have traffic, you have the back of the buildings. And there's just so many impacts to this that were, as good government, you need to have the right plan at the right time and when people can afford it. And there's so many factors to this that I just find so difficult. And again, I always in my role in government have always stood with the fact that I listen to the citizens first. I try and do the best for that. I try and represent everyone to the best of my ability. And in this particular instance, borrowing money on a project we don't even know how it'll end up, it just seems, well, essentially asinine to me. So I will be voting against this one.
Councillor Hughes, you're up next. Point of order?
Point of order, can you withdraw the asinine remark? That's not a befitting Chambers. Asinine is not a.
That's point of privilege.
Apologies, I will. Okay, for Councillor Mackay, it seems silly. We'll use silly.
Better.
Okay, thank
Much better, yeah, just more appropriate language is all.
Councillor Hughes, you're up next.
Thank you. I'm going to try to be brief. Although this has just been such a passionate subject for so many people in this community, I think it was a surprise to everybody on council how much the community had such a strong opinion about this. From the decade that I've been here, I think that we've had many controversial items come forward to us now. But this was the first one that I've seen such a consensus from the public. We've had other things at the library and some people were for it and a lot of people were against it. But all the feedback that I've received personally from emails or anywhere else has been against this project. It's been really consistent. I've had one email that I've received that was in favor, and I don't know, many that have come forward. And the other thing that was unique about this feedback from the community was that often when we would get feedback, it would be almost organized. It would often have where there'd be an organizer that says, send an email to council, and the emails would be very similar. In this case, the emails were very different. They were all written from the heart. They were all written independently from people who chose to not just do it under spur of someone else, but because they saw it and then thought they wanted to share their opposition to this project. And that's unique from this project from anywhere else that I've seen up to this point. So when I look at that, the fact that the majority of the public, not just a little bit, not just some people, but the vast majority of the public don't like this current design. And I understand that there's a motion probably that would come forward if this does pass to say, let's go do a redesign. The challenge we have right now is we've already put the feathers under the pillow, and now we're trying to stuff them back in and say it's going to be okay. And so unfortunately, we had a design which was still very expensive. And I don't know if that would have been still passing even with the concerns of cost for the public. And then council came and we said just to put the boring bylaw right away. And I think that when we did that, it wasn't with the intention of thinking that we were going against the public. It was just, I think it was a surprise that the public was so against the design that was approved. And so we could go back and maybe we'll see what happens with this end reading to say, let's go back and talk to the public about this. But I think to restore the public's confidence in the entire process, we just need to say no to this and come forward and say the next design again will reflect the public's decision, as opposed to saying, trust me, we'll hear you next time. So that's when I look at this, is that we need to just come back and just say, will this slow things down? Yeah, a little bit. Will it slow it down a lot though? No. Because if we had to come back and say, give us a new design, we could approve that design because we've already gone to the public, and all we'd have is the borrowing bylaw for that one, for that waiting period. So we're talking about a couple of months difference between doing a new borrowing bylaw or saying, come back, give us a whole new design, and then let's move forward. But the difference for the public's confidence in the process, I think, is going to be quite a difference in knowing that if they came forward and again, it was something they were absolutely opposed to, they'd have the ability to really speak out about that. I also think that from this learning process that we are, assuming that we did, even if we did fail this, that, and even if we do pass it, but certainly if we do fail it, that we are going to go back and recognize that this park space is passionate to the community. And that ultimately what I'm hearing from the public is that simplicity is what they're looking for in this community. And that is something that is, it does not need to be an extravagant park. It does not have to have giant pavilions. It just needs to be something where they can sit back, enjoy nature, enjoy peace, and enjoy their families. And that does not have to cost a lot of money to actually achieve that goal. So I'm looking forward to, hopefully when we have that public consultation, that the designs reflect what we've heard from emails, from the petition, from all the feedback that we've gathered to date, and that when we do come back with a new design, it will actually reflect what the public wants. And so that's what I look at, is that it would be easy to approve this bylaw and just say, yeah, we will do it. But I think that just taking that pause and saying, we're just going to start over. Yeah, it'll be a bit more work, but we actually have a lot of information from under us to start that process and recognize that the scope needs to change. The dedication to the green space and the trees need to change, and just come back with something different. Now, as far as the funding source goes, if it comes from the stabilization reserve or the capital reserve, it doesn't impact taxes. If it comes from the boring bylaw, it does. So we just have to recognize that there's still a funding source to be able to do this type of consultation. It doesn't have to come from a boring bylaw to do it. So I guess that's probably just about it. Let me see if I had anything else I wanted to say. The ultimate thing that, one of the things they always ask us when when we go for election is, what would you do if the community was dead set opposed to something that you wanted to do? Would you listen to the community, or would you do what you wanted to do? And this is ultimately that decision. I have not heard a lot of yes and no. I've just heard a lot of no. So regardless of what we want, I think it's our responsibility to say, we're here to represent residents. The feedback we've had from residents so far has been to say no and start over, and recognize what we do want to have as priority, and to say, we're elected to represent these people, and these people are saying no, and let's go forward with that decision. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate all the comments prior to my comment, and I'm probably going second last, primarily because I really wanted to listen to everybody at this bench as to their opinion. And as usual, you know, Councillor Broadhead, you've stated things very well. But I go back to a number of other comments, and I go back to where I've always been on this project. I've always said to people who've asked me, I've always liked the first project, but I didn't know what I didn't know. And I still don't understand how I'm going to arrive at that, because sooner or later, there's no doubt, as you've identified, Councillor Broadhead, that Millennium Park will be a special place for city of St. Albert, the residents of St. Albert, and it will definitely improve downtown vibrancy. The struggle I'm having right now is it seems like we've totally changed the game in the fourth quarter for our residents, because if you look at, and I'm going to read directly from the executive summary from the very first process back in 2016, and it talks about the art of placemaking, and it's an art that crosses the boundaries of art and engineering, working closely with the community to co-create a holistic, balanced, and contextually sensitive public space. The great urban spaces such as you see in Granville Island or Discovery Green are just that, lively, community-oriented gathering spaces that reflect the unique nature of their cities and are beloved by residents. I think that the initial concept design was all about balance. It achieved balance because it had an extensive public engagement that covered all 4 phases that dealt with pop-up engagement events, public design workshop, open houses. And we arrived in the sense of achieving a little bit of balance, a balance between the greenscapes, the hardscapes that we've listened about users and uses, what's programmed, what's flexibles, what can occur in all seasons, not just one particular season or another, but it identifies that finding balance is challenging, and we're seeing that today, and we're seeing that in all the comments that we've heard. Because we know how important this space is, not only to our residents, but to all of the users of the park. Because when I talk to people in the park, a lot of people that are using our park trail systems come from outside our community. And they access because they recognize the wonderful places that we have. So how do we get back to finding that cohesive vision that was so prevalent in our first one? And I think that that means going back to the drawing board and realizing that we had something, and I don't think it's a lot of work to find something else. And I realize that I'm probably going to disappoint a few people around this bench, but I just think that we need to look at how we can find, and I've said it again a couple of times, but it's so important to me, is how can we find that balance? And I don't see it right now without having, if we're gonna change the vision that we had, I think we just have to go back to what we had and maybe move forward in relation to that with a little bit more public consultation, because when we did this, it was 2016. Times have changed. Maybe there's always going to be new information. We've always heard from some of the uses. I even take you back to the original DART plan. And initially Red Willow Place wasn't as it sits now. The Seniors Association, it was identified in DARP as the parking lot for Millennium Place. So we changed that in 2015. We built Red Willow Place as it is now, and I can't imagine it not being in our community. So the initial plans for DARP identified Millennium Place at 25 million. We had a growth capital project charter in 2023 that identified the existing DARP program as almost costing total build out by 2030 as 15.8. We know there's costs, but we also have heard that there's needs in the community that we just haven't heard, right? And so I just think that right now I can't support the motion.
All right, excuse me. I have lots to say, and it's, first of all, council, thank you for obviously a lot of thought and a lot of preparation, going back to old reports, writing out your notes for today because you want to be like, it's in many ways, I do see this as great governance, just the work. I want to point out we're only at second reading yet. And so second reading means nothing. It just allows us to get to this other motion that Councillor Broadhead is talking about. And so I'm going to encourage you to maybe preserve killing this bylaw until third reading, so we can debate whether, if that's what happens, so we can debate whether we want to do broad public consultation, which I think we do, and how we fund it, whether it's through borrowing or whether it's through other sources. But I'll say a few things, just no matter where second reading goes. So I said in the Gazette, and it was front page, that I was surprised by the opposition. And I still am in many ways, because I felt like we were building something for the community and something that almost like a gift to the community. And I have participated, I wasn't on council, so this is a long time ago, but DARP had a ton of consultation. And I pulled it out, Councillor Mackay, because I'm glad you mentioned it, because let me just read you some highlighted pieces of it when it talks about public realm. So they want to develop high quality public spaces, encourage civic engagement, which we've seen today, and social interaction, and support economic vitality. Over time, the downtown of St. Albert should build a cohesive and diverse network of well-designed public spaces. This will do four things. It will attract anchors and development, provide amenity, support recreational and cultural uses, and provide community identity. So in DARP, they had Millennium Park, a civic plaza, which was supposed to go right in front of City Hall, and then two gateway parks on either end. And then when it talks about Millennium Park specifically, it says that we propose it be designed and programmed as an active multi-use park, a centerpiece of the downtown that complements the Civic Plaza, which we're not even contemplating that one. Buildings should be used for community or culture facilities, a potential market building, lawn and amphitheater, a place for active recreation, integrated flood protection, provide a flexible venue for outdoor concerts and events, skating and other activities. Large grove of trees that currently exist in the site could be reconfigured to reduce barriers. And it talks about the policy was, and I think this goes to, honestly, it was Councillor Killick and I that were concerned about the 2018 process because DARP called for views from pedestrians crossing at the St. Anne and St. Tash intersection, Granite Road towards the Sturgeon River shall be created. And then talks about public art. So a lot of public input went into this and a ton of public input went into the placemaking process, which was $245,000 or something. And I participated in those. I went to almost every one of those and I heard overwhelmingly that people wanted to do something there. They just were debating what could we do? What would it look like? I will say, and Councillor Killick, maybe this falls on you and I, that whole view of the river. That was really us pushing to try to create that. Maybe that was the wrong route. So when I say I was surprised, I thought this was going to be fantastic, and not only for the community as a gift, but a place for our downtown businesses to use to attract. It's part of our priorities downtown. We heard it overwhelmingly at the last election when we were knocking doors, that downtown needs to be more vibrant and a place for people to go and hang out, and not just between 9 and 5 in the evenings. So, and we all went to, or many of us went to that presentation called Power of the Park, and they talked about how parks can bring in economic development to a downtown. So here we are, got a council that seems very excited about Millennium Park, and we went forward. But I'll just say, obviously, a petition makes a difference for sure, 100% for sure. There's things I've heard over the last few weeks that I disagree with. I'll say right-heartedly that I disagree that we do not need to bring kids downtown. We don't need a splash pad. I disagree with that. This piece of land belongs to all of St. Albert, and downtowns belong to all of St. Albert, not just the people that are living here. And if there's a high population of seniors in downtown, they have grandkids. Like this is a place that I really think we need to make this hub of community gathering. But there's things I have agreed with. The trees are obviously a problem. They are important to us. The nice thing about the difference between the 2018 plan and today's current plan is the 2018 plan had those high valued trees in the northeast corner being removed. This plan preserved them all, which is, I guess, a good thing. But and we haven't even really talked about what will be planted in place and as what that would look like. That's detailed design work. But I do believe support needed to require a plebiscite or for us to pull back. It did have significant. I will say there is support in the community for this park. Many of you probably don't see that, but we actually had a council communication session on Monday talking about how to do public engagement, and we learned about the spiral of silence and how community voices can silence other voices. And so there have been people that have told me they would not come today because they were fearful of speaking in opposition or in favor with the opposition in the room. So that's why I was trying to keep the decorum there. I've heard people say that they signed the petition because they want to preserve the pathway between the parking lot and the Children's Bridge. Well, we're not saying we're getting rid of that pathway. That's detailed design work. But if that's the reason you signed the petition, then that's not letting us to go through the process. I've heard people. I won't go through it all. So what I'm trying to say is I'd like to see second reading done, have a conversation about what broad public engagement could look like, where we're going to fund it from, how it might alter the current plan. And then if council still is hesitant at third reading, fine. And then we'll have to find a path forward after that. That's all I have, Councillor Broadhead. I'll let you close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It was interesting when I read the Gazette. Because my reaction was a bit different, because I know how much people love trees in our community.
Yeah.
And the minute we started talking about trees, I knew people would be here. But the fact of the matter is that our tree canopy here is because the city of St. Albert plants thousands of trees. You take a look at the beautiful streets that we have. My daughter lives in Braeside, and I love driving there because you go through all those elms. Those are all planted trees, right? They're high value trees today, and you wouldn't want to take them out, but we planted them. When I moved to Deer Ridge, the trees, well, they're still half drowned, but
Wrong species.
but they were twigs when I planted, and now they're fully mature trees. And so you don't want to take them down, but on occasion you have to do in order to improve. And so how do you manage that? I don't know, how do you make decisions around that? And what is the best for the community? I mean, that's the role that council has to deal with. What is the best for the long-term vision of the community? We can't build the city of 30 years ago. We can't build the city of 20 years ago. Certainly wouldn't want to build the city of 40 years ago because that's where they put the dump right on the river. So every decision in the past wasn't all that good. But we make the decisions we make based on the best knowledge that we have. And quite honestly, Madam Mayor, what is before council here is to say, what is the best outcome for our community as a whole? And I'm with you. Kids are welcome in our downtown area, and they should be welcomed by everybody here. And to hear them say, we don't want this because kids shouldn't be down here because they're too loud. Hey, I heard it.
Might not have been today. It was an email.
So there's passion up there, but I can guarantee you there's passion about our community at this particular group here, these 7 here who are elected to make this decision. We got a nasty email today that accused us of being recipients of kickbacks. Oh, I know. Run for office and then you'll hear those things come your way. But in any case, that's the decision that's before us. And I acknowledge their passion too. And that's perfectly legitimate. But what is the vision? To foster a downtown where people live, gather, celebrate, shop, and do business, and promote our heritage, arts, culture by providing a variety of community events. You ever gone to the Arden, Madam Mayor? It's a wonderful thing. I've gone for the first time. I've subscribed, and I've gone there, and I got to tell you, it's my generation that keeps the Arden in business because we're all there. At the last one, they invited us to the Arden Plaza series. Every Thursday night, outside in the plaza in front of St. Albert, they have a concert. Imagine if that was in Millennium Park, where not 200 people could go, but 4,000 people could go. Imagine the spillover into our business and how much vibrancy would be in our downtown core. And it wouldn't just be people, it would be people coming from all over to enjoy our community. Madam Mayor, I remember in our first term when you made the motion to beautify St. Albert Trail. And the emails that we got saying, it's just a road, why do you spend big money on doing that? And yet who doesn't like St. Albert Trail now? And it's beautiful. And that is being copied by other municipalities in the region. Why? Because it demonstrates what our community means to us. And so it didn't surprise me that we'd have a lot of conversation today. And it didn't surprise me that we had a gallery full of people. But this is for council. This is why we get elected. And the hard thing to do is to stand up when you believe that what is best for the community is not supported by those loud ones in our community. I'll just finish it off. So I got an email from a business owner, and he says, Wes, I am now a fan of the park rebuild. I read up all about it to understand it. See, keep pursuing it. It's good for our community, and special interest groups, although loud, should never have the last word. And I don't know that these are special interest groups, Madam Mayor. They are in fact our citizens. They live right next door to us. We have a difference of opinion. But quite honestly, it's 7 people that have to cast a vote. That's what we were elected for, and that's what the government expects of us. And quite honestly, we can't dodge our responsibility. We have to vote today.
Well, we have to vote, yeah.
So I'll leave it to that. I am, in the end, Madam Mayor, a firm believer in the collective wisdom of council. And so that's the way it'll be.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. I'll call for the vote. Voting's closed? No? Who are we missing? All right, so that motion fails with Councillor, oops, sorry, I gotta go back, with Mayor Herron, Councillor Broadhead and Councillor Jolly in favor. So that doesn't let us go to second reading. It doesn't even allow for his motion because that talked about the boring bylaw. So
On to the next.
Mr. Fletcher, go ahead.
So the motion could go forward with an alternate funding source. So it'd have to be rewritten that way. Alternately, we can go away, sort of chew on this and.
Yeah, I think we
tackle it
probably
later
should.
date.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that okay, guys? Okay. Our dinner is not here yet. So what is our next agenda item? Do you guys want a bit of a break? Stretch? We can take 5 minutes for sure. Dinner is not supposed to be here till 5. Okay. It's budget adjustments next. That won't be very long. I like Wes, will of the council. We're on 7.3. Is everyone back? Okay, let's go live. Okay. 7.3 is our next agenda item. Budget adjustments. Because it was on consent, I'm assuming there's no presentation. So Councillor Jolly and Councillor Hughes both had questions. So I'll go to you, Councillor Hughes, because yours were first.
Sure. Okay, so I just need to explain this to me like I'm 3, Anne, okay? So, because what we have here is we have the decreases, but the transfer of
Are you
additional.
looking at the email that was sent?
To the email that was sent. So Jack, I don't know, we can forward this to the Gazette, that email that explains it, so that he understands. But what we had was a list of additional assessment growth, because we've had higher assessment growth than we anticipated, which is good. But then we have it saying, okay, the additional assessment growth is going to grow stabilization reserve, which is per policy. So I understand that. And then there's also a difference that's coming off the taxes. So is it because we didn't list what's coming off the taxes? Because what we still have here is a net increase of $92,000. So I'm trying to figure out how we had increased assessment growth. You have a listing here of several things that went down. The growth, the transfer to the growth stabilization reserve isn't necessarily an expense, but was simply a reallocation of the funds. How we came up with 92,000 more, even though we have a tax. I didn't understand we have the tax decrease because we just have more houses to spread it out. And so therefore it went down. How do we get the increase in reality? Is it just because of the way the accounting works, or can you explain it?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, I'm going to try to explain it, and I have Stephen Bannerman here for additional assistance if required. So the city's tax rate, as we noted, is calculated by taking the budget or the tax requirement and dividing it equitably among all assessed properties. So therefore, when you have an increase in your assessment values, each property will pay proportionately less. And so that is how the 468,000 of additional assessment growth impacts the tax requirement or the tax rate. It's not part of our consolidated budget, but it is reflected in a larger assessment base. So when we do the mill rate, or when Mr. Bannerman comes, what's going to happen is, because our assessed value is higher, there's going to be a greater amount of properties to spread out the rate for. However, only 45% of the assessment is actually used to reduce the mill rate. And as per our policy, 55% is not. And that's why you will see the expense going through as a transfer to the growth reserve. So the revenue component is actually not part of our consolidated budget. It's managed when we do the tax rate bylaw. And the portion that we show as an expense is that component of the increased assessed value that's not going to be used against our base. So that's why you see a slight increase in our tax requirement. However, when you spread it out over the larger assessment base, it results in a reduction in the overall percent increase on a per property basis.
Okay, so if I just try to simplify this for me, the reason why it says it's 92,000 is because we did not include the assessment, like the offset to it was not written down as here. So as a result, because we put it into another global batch somewhere, but for this background or the way we account it, because we didn't include the offset to the base, that's why it looks like it's a negative, even though it's not. Would that be correct? I'm seeing you nod, so I'm feeling so good about myself right now.
That is correct. So what we're reflecting is simply the expense component. Okay. And then what's going to happen is, like you said, in the background, when the mill rate is assessed, that's where the revenue is going to play an impact into it.
Okay. Okay. So just so that the public understands, while it says it's an increase of 92,000, the reality is it's only because we only counted the expenses and we did not actually account all the increased base to offset it. And that is why it looks like it's -92, but in reality, it's actually a decrease.
That is correct.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Jelly, you had a question too?
Yeah, thank you. So Mr. Fletcher, we had that kind of unexpected grant taken, or that grant taken away unexpectedly from the province. Have we heard anything about them looking at replacing that at all?
Yep, thank you, Councillor. I think I'll ask Sandra to comment. The short answer is no.
Yes, thank you for the question. Unfortunately, at this time, there is no discussion, or there has been no communication that that grant will be replaced by additional grant. When the government switched over from the old municipal sustainability to the local government fiscal framework, the operating component was not incorporated into that. And at this stage, there's been no other communication on that.
Okay, thank you. And are we adding that to kind of our list of the provincial downloading, like the dollars adding up? We are. Awesome. Thank you so much, Trevor.
Yeah, no, I was gonna ask the same question when I read that, because of course that wasn't conversations with Alberta municipalities either, that would be taken away. So it was one of those sneaky hidden things that cost the city another $119,000. So I know that there's the mid-sized group is keeping a kind of a list of all the downloads. Add this one to it. So, oh, another question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just one more. So I'm sure you did it. I'm just going to ask you anyway. So we did look at the cost of like the gas, the electricity, all those kind of fun things, and they were basically in line with what we were estimating in November, is what you're going to tell me?
Yeah, we looked at those major items that can swing, and we've looked at the forecasting and evaluated, and these were the ones that had forecasts. So we've evaluated all of those: electricity, natural gas, all the other revenues.
I knew that you knew I was going to ask it if it didn't. So that way I'm just like, just so the public's aware that the number we have has been because staff did double check to look if there's additional savings, and good or bad, you guessed the right number when we started. So that's it. Thank you.
I'll let you make the motion if you're willing.
Sure. Let me just get to it here. That 257,400 of assessment growth revenue be transferred to the growth stabilization reserve, and that the 2024 final consolidated municipal utility budget in the amount of 318,617,500 and the net tax requirement of 134,204,700 as shown in the attachment titled 2024 adjusted consolidated municipal and utility budget be approved.
All right. Any comments?
I can't believe we just said 318 million. That's my comment to that. And I just want to thank staff for going through those details and double checking. And just like I said to the public, this is what we've done, and this is the best that we can do at this moment. And this, I know we're going to be approving at the beginning of May, but from what we could do, and as a council, the number is coming in at 5.3, and this is the best that we could do for this year. And with that, we start the next budget process. Thank you.
Anyone else? Call for the vote. Voting is closed. And that passes unanimously. So next step is they will bring us back a tax rate bylaw. I think that's next week or something like that, the next council meeting. Okay, next on our agenda is, excuse me, 7.4 updated 22 to 25 City of St. Albert Council Strategic Plan and Corporate Business Plan, presented by myself and Mr. Fletcher. Presented by Daria, because she wrote my slides for me. So, so we're going to bring the slideshow up. Sean's going to be flipping slides for me. I only have 9 slides. I don't know how many Mr. Fletcher has, but we thought instead of throwing on this in consent, because it is our strategic plan, we should probably talk about it a little bit and what we did. So, good afternoon. We're approaching midterm in our term in office. So in January, council took the time to review our strategic plan and confirm priorities for administration for the remainder of our term. Next slide. Decisions we make during our council term live on much longer in the community. As such, council will continue to ensure that St. Albert is fiscally sustainable in the long term, with focus on services that we deliver to community while supporting and enabling administration to advance the strategic plan, which will allow our vibrant community to thrive now and into the future. So council participated in the development of the key performance measures for our strategic plan. This is important work that will help us establish foundation to monitor progress towards achieving outcomes and expected results for each priority now and in the long term. As we continue to mature outcome-based performance measures, council will work with administration to establish targets and to start reporting on the measures, providing further direction and focus for administration. Next slide. At the start of our term, council identified 5 strategic priorities to focus on, equally important to council. So they were economic prosperity, a vibrant downtown, community well-being, adapting to a changing natural environment, and financial sustainability. I'm pleased to share that council is staying the course by advancing these priorities that were established in 22, and the related strategies while highlighting some of the key strategies and initiatives that we would like to see receive additional focus in 24 and 25. Okay, next slide. As one of our main priorities, we will continue to support development of the Lakeview Business District and St. Albert West Area Structure Plan. Both will enable economic growth by attracting a mix of industries and businesses and support the city's financial sustainability. Council also prioritized updating the land use bylaw and completion of the infill strategy to ensure that we foster development in St. Albert and affordability in all new developments. Next slide. So council will continue to foster a downtown where people will come to live, gather, celebrate, shop, and do business. So it says in my notes, great progress has been made on our plan for Millennium Park. We will have to figure out what we're doing there, but it will still be a gathering place for community that will bring residents and community members downtown and help support businesses located here. We will continue to support newly established Business Improvement Area Committee. I think called a committee, whatever, you know, the BIA, to ensure downtown business community can leverage collaborative opportunities for a vibrant downtown. Next slide. So our third, is community well-being. We're going to continue to prioritize addressing housing needs in St. Albert with focus on advocating with different levels of government for development of 22 St. Thomas Street and a feasibility study for the youth transitional housing. We look forward to continuing planning for community amenities, site in the Shiro neighborhood in alignment with approved concept plans. Adapting to a changing natural environment remains council's priority. Sorry, next slide. Through implementation of the green environment strategy and delivery of services that focus on preserving and protecting our natural environment. Development of the resilient infrastructure long-range strategy will help ensure that the city's infrastructure is resilient now and for future generations. And financial sustainability continues to be a priority for council as we next slide. As we continue to deliver valued services to our community while advancing plans for the future development of a long-term debt strategy that was identified by council as one of our key priorities for administration to work on. We remain focused on supporting and enabling administration to proceed with implementation of opportunities identified in operational and fiscal review, along with a newly established risk-based internal audit practice that will help ensure proactive and ongoing audit and review of key areas identified through risk and opportunity assessment. I would like to thank my fellow councillors for your time and effort to advance the strategic plan. And actually not in my notes, I want to also add that you guys all spent a lot of time with administration on the performance measures. And honestly, I didn't realize how much time that was going to take for all of you. I just appreciate, you know, the hours. It was hours and hours with staff working on those performance measures. So thank you for that. I'd also like to thank administration for excellent service that is provided to our community daily and a commitment to advancing council's strategic plan that will allow our vibrant community to thrive now and into the future. And I will pass. That's the strategic plan. And now Mr. Fletcher is going to talk about the corporate business plan. You have to
Thank
do
you
your
very
own,
much,
you have to do
Mayor.
your own slides?
I do.
Don't you have any help with that?
I need all sorts of help. My notes say good afternoon, but I'm going to riff off this and say good evening, council. Today, I'll very briefly present an overview of the 2022 to 2025 corporate business plan, in particular the current iteration that stems from council's strategic plan. As you're well aware, the corporate business plan provides focus and direction for administration. It's used to prioritize resources and ultimately does inform budgeting processes. And it exists specifically to forward and advance council's strategic direction. It should be noted the plan is not about and does not encompass service delivery and the myriad of routine and departmental initiatives. And by routine, I do not mean unimportant things that occur on a day-to-day basis. This is about change over time in support of council's strategic priorities. Following your strategic planning session, we took time as the entirety of the leadership team across the city to discuss, prioritize, and sequence our initiatives over time to ensure continued alignment and ultimately to optimize organizational capacity. Final point on this is that the corporate business plan consists of two pieces, as you know, or two broad components. The first are those projects specifically related to council strategic direction. And those other elements are what we call the organizational excellence components. And those are specific projects designed to optimize your city administration to deliver on your council strategic plan. Well, there we go. So we started in 2022 with 47 projects. And for those of you who are doing the math, the numbers on the screen don't add up to 47. They add up to 46. That's because we removed 3 projects that were not aligned to council's strategic plan and replaced them with 2 that were. So now we're talking 46. Though not all projects are created equal, this shows a relatively consistent approach across 3 years. If you mirror out the 19 completed, 18 and 24 with 7 projected to be completed, and then 7 minus 19 very quickly is 12, plus 9 is about 20. So there's a fairly consistent 15 to 20 projects annually that administration forwards. You've already seen this slide. Over the next couple of slides, I'll make just a very brief overview related to your strategic priorities. Projects completed to date are 2. It's Green Tape 2.0, though honestly, that is kind of an evergreen project that was consistently works as we work to find process improvements, and also the investment attraction strategy. You've highlighted Lakeview, the Area West structure plan, and updating bylaws, and ultimately the infill strategy as top priorities. As it currently stands, the St. Albert West ASP and the Lakeview projects are being worked on this year. The infill project is set specifically to follow those 2 pieces. Strategic priority is downtown. And we've completed 2 projects to date. That is the DARP update and prioritization of the downtown stakeholder coordination. Obviously, we will go back and discuss the way forward as it relates to the current initiative, which is Millennium Park. Your third strategic priority, 4 projects completed to date. That's community amenities needs assessment and the concept planning, the ownership of community amenities lands, municipal naming, and the grant program overview. Housing was also listed coming out of your strategic planning session as a key top priority. 1 project in this area was removed from the plan, but will continue as part of our regular delivery of services to enhance housing options. And that is enhanced housing options, which I don't see specifically as an issue. I see that as sort of fundamental ultimately to what we do as we look at growing and evolving the city. Strategic priority 4, with 4 projects complete, waste minimization strategies, though there's still work ongoing clearly there. Climate adaptation plan, and that's the risk and vulnerability assessment that came out of the EMRB as part and parcel of that. The energy efficiency community-based programs, and the green environment strategy. And although most projects planned for this strategic priority are complete, the regular delivery of services, including in large part the implementation of the green environment strategy, so institutionalizing it from plan to reality, will take up a fair amount of effort over the next coming years. And finally, as we look at your 5th strategic priority, financial sustainability, 7 projects complete. It's a number of intermunicipal partnerships, revenue generating infrastructure opportunities, strategic alliance and merger opportunities, the 911 dispatch delivery review, the implementation of that delivery review, shared services for public participation, the internal audit steering committee practice and processes, although the audits will obviously keep carrying on from here on in. And a couple of points of note. The Art and Theatre was marked as complete pending further direction, but ultimately it's not counted in the 7 because we have to come back to council in due course to discuss some of that. And finally, maturing our integrated risk management process was removed from the plan because again, that is no longer a bespoke issue. That's an evergreen document that will evolve as the city evolves. Last slide on this particular front just simply runs through the procurement audit components that I've really already spoke to. So we've identified 5 priority areas across the organizational excellence component, and I will not walk through all the elements that are contained under this as they are administrative in nature, but specifically designed to provide optimization and capacity to deliver on your strategic priorities. Those 5 priorities from an organizational excellence perspective are our people, our team, planning and prioritizing, digital transformation, operational performance, and customers and residents. This concludes my presentation, pending any questions you may have.
Excuse me, any questions from council? Go ahead.
There we go. So you said we took off 2 and we added 3. Do we know what the 2 were that we removed and the 3 that we added on?
Other way around, actually, we took off 3 and added 2.
Okay.
And I will have to get back to you because I won't lie to you off the top of my head. I don't recall what they were.
You know, you can just send us an email.
I will. I'll send an email
later on the week. It's not a big deal. I was just curious as to what hit the cutting floor and what got on.
Absolutely. So the 3 that were taken off didn't die. We just saw them as administrative issues. They weren't council priorities per se. They just sort of made their way onto the plan. I'll let you know what they are. And then the 2 we put on, we felt were seminal to the delivery of your strategic plan, but I'll send you.
That's cool. I'm just curious. That's all. Thank you.
All right, I need somebody. Let's see, no more questions. Excuse me, does anyone want to make the motions? Councilor Romansky, go ahead.
I beat Councilor Killick for a change. That's shocking. Thank you, Mayor. That the updated version of Council Policy CCG02 City of St. Albert Council Strategic Plan, including the updated Schedule A, provided as attachments to the April 16th, 2024 agenda report entitled Updated 2022 to 2025 City of St. Albert Council Strategic Plan and Corporate Business Plan be approved. And number 2, that the updated corporate business plan 2022 to 2025 provided as an attachment to the April 16th, 2024 agenda report entitled Updated 2022 to 2025 City of St. Albert Council Strategic Plan and Corporate Business Plan be received as information.
All right, thank you. I accept that. Any comments on that?
Just that I think we did a good job this year getting through a strategic plan, and I want to thank administration for helping us out in that process. It seems smoother this year for myself anyhow. I can't speak for the whole council, but appreciate it and thank you.
Anyone else? All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed and that passes unanimously. 7.5 was on consent. Can't remember the exact motion, but essentially Councillor Bermansky and Councillor Mackay switched deputy mayor, so we amended the schedule. So Councillor Bermansky will be May and June and Councillor Mackay will be July, August. 8.1 is over. And I believe 8.2 is on consent. Sorry. I will read the motion. It said that, well, this is the business improvement tax rate bylaw. So we approved their budget last week. And so now this just set the rate that each business will be levied. I will not read all the readings out. We had no emergent items, so we're straight to your motion for Habitat for Humanity. Councillor Killick, I'll just get you to read it. Before I accept it, we will open it up to questions. Is Anne Marie with us now?
Through you, Mary Herron, I believe she had a previous appointment, so she is going to, Daryl Hahn, the Director of Finance, will be taking her place.
Hello, Daryl. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for waiting. So I'll get Councillor Killick to read it in.
Thank you. That the following notice of motion be debated on April 16th, 2024, regular meeting of council, and that the 20-day notice period requirement in section 119-9 of the procedure bylaw be waived.
All right, let's deal with that one first. I'll accept that. Do you have any opening comments on why we should do this earlier than?
Just so we need to get back to Habitat with our funding amount, whatever council decides here, by May 1st so that they can meet their grant date. And that's why we had to waive the notice or the 20 days notice period.
Thank you. Anyone else? Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. All right, do you want to read the second part?
That the funding in the amount of $100,000 funded from the capital reserve be provided by the city to Habitat for Humanities in support of 4 affordable housing units in the Midtown neighborhood in St. Albert, subject to 1, Habitat for Humanities receiving associated grant funding for the same project from both the Government of Canada and the Government of Alberta. 2, Habitat for Humanities entering into a grant funding agreement with the city on typical terms and conditions approved by the CAO. And 3, Habitat for Humanities compliance with the terms and conditions of the grant funding agreement.
All right, before I accept that, I'm going to open up to questions, and I saw Councillor Jolly already has her hand up, so go ahead.
Thank you. So I don't recall during budget, I know that we considered adding an affordable housing fund or something like that for 125 grand or thereabouts. Did that happen or was that scrapped?
Did not happen.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah, I'll just ask if that's all right. I'll ask Adrian Slatt to answer, but that did not happen is my recollection of it.
Okay, thank you.
We got the approved budget for 1 year, not in perpetuity. I'll shut up and perhaps I'll ask Adrian.
Okay, go ahead, Adrian.
Yeah, so we did get funded. It was a little over 100,000, 112,000, something like that. It was, as Mr. Fletcher mentioned, on a 1 year basis. We had originally talked with council about having that be a repeating or a renewing fund annually for opportunities such as this. And that money has been identified to create a strategy for affordable housing opportunities.
So it's already kind of reserved for a different project.
It has been identified for it at this point in time. We did talk internally about potential uses of it, and I guess we'd have to talk to finance to see the exact wording of the dollars, whether it could be utilized for something other than a strategy. I think the charter itself spoke to implementing the findings of the Housing Affordability and Accessibility Options Report, which was a 2020 report, in order to leverage regional partnerships and to include inclusionary housing opportunities and universal accessibility goals.
Okay, so I guess my question is that could the funding source be that fund instead of the capital reserve? Is there anything that would prevent that?
On the face of it, don't think so, but we'll have to have Ledge do a very, very quick cursory look just to confirm.
Okay, while that's happening, do you mind if I go to Councillor Broadhead?
I can also keep going. I've got another question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I understand that someone from Habitat was going to be here for questions. I don't know if this question would go to them or to administration, but my question is, this is quite a bit less than what the original ask was. So I'm wondering that if the project can even float with this level of funding.
I think that's probably for Daryl.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we've made the decision that we'd move ahead with it. I believe it's $100,000 that's coming forward, but you know, it does tap into additional habitat resources, so it will restrict our ability to build new homes in the future. You know, just less capital available. But yes, we will proceed if we only receive the 100K.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Hey, Councillor Broadhead.
Oh, that was exactly my question. So thanks for asking it.
Essentially, is it viable with just 100,000, right?
Yeah.
All right. I see no more questions, so I'm going to see if we have an answer to if we can use that fund.
So we believe you can, again, we'll just do the final confirmation. We believe that's sufficient flexibility, but what it does mean then is we are not funding the affordable housing strategy component. We'd have to find alternate source.
Okay. So if that's the case and Councillor Jolly wants to propose that, I would assume we would probably have to vote on that as a change of funding source. Okay. Oh, Councillor Bermansky has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you. And it's for, I'm sorry, I can't see the name, the fellow.
Daryl.
Okay. From Habitat for Humanity. You're mentioning that with 100,000, you'd still go forward with the project, but so you have the funds to go forward without the contribution as well?
We do, but you know, again, it just makes things more difficult as you move through, right? As a charity, our resources are quite limited. That being said, it will mortgage our ability or compromise our ability to add new stock in the future. So typically, you know, along with our typical funding model is we do tend to reach out to municipalities to build in their communities. So for example, we've got other transactions or other builds going on with this same block or with the same funding associated with this in both the city of Leduc and Strathcona, where the municipalities have come to the table with funding.
Thank you.
Councillor Killick has a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, Daryl, thanks for joining us probably on short notice and interrupting your dinner time, but just really questions of clarification. And my understanding, if you can just verify this, is that when these homes are built, that they are available. Oh, have we lost him?
No, he's still there.
Okay. When these homes are built, that the qualifications standards for any other housing opportunity are the same ones that apply for black families, and that would be they have to be a Canadian citizen for 2 years. They have to actually be a family. So there's one person identifying as black, but they are a family unit. Is that correct?
So I see Anne Marie's on the call. Anne Marie, I'm not sure if you want to respond to that, or if you'd like me to carry on.
No, thank you, Daryl, if you can stay on, but Councillor, I can answer that. So the same qualifications follow across our program, regardless of what program it is.
Okay.
So much like Black Families Funding, we also have a Métis program, but the same qualifications.
So
Canadian citizen or permanent resident.
Yeah, so they have to be a permanent resident, family, they have to be employed.
Absolutely.
They have to be capable to pay the mortgage. They have to be
100%.
capable to pay the condo fees and pay city taxes. So they're still, we're following the standard protocol for this grant as for all Habitat for Humanity's grants, correct?
Absolutely correct, Councillor. Absolutely no changes other than self-identifying as Black.
Yeah. And Anne Marie, if there was funding, for example, to build houses for veterans or Ukrainian families or healthcare workers in the north, where it's hard to attract healthcare workers because they can't get home ownership, or workers in our agri-food business where it's hard to attract workers. These would all be the fact that we're doing this funding for Black families does not have any impact on all the other good work that Habitat for Humanity is doing as well.
Correct, Councillor. There's no impact in any other way that we would operate in the other communities that we're currently building as well.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right, I see no more questions. I think we're just still waiting on an answer.
So we do have an answer. We believe the scope is absolutely broad enough that you could fund it from there. That effectively defunds that charter, though. And our recommendation would be that the affordable housing strategy work is important. So we would recommend an alternate funding source.
Councillor Jolly, are you wanting to go forward with that funding, or do you stick with what we have?
No, I'm okay. Expect a PM though about that fund.
Okay. All right, Councillor Killick, I see no more questions, so I'll accept your motion. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think that this is a great opportunity for St. Albert to support Habitat for Humanities. Remembering that this is for home ownership, it's not to provide rental accommodation. It's for home ownership, and that when a family gets into home ownership, they start to build equity in that home as prices go up. And that as opposed to paying rent that just goes out the door and into a landlord's pocket. So this is a fundamental different program that has been successful around the world, and they actually have the opportunity for St. Albert to show some leadership in supporting this particular build. Not only provides homes, but it also shows that we're willing to partner with federal government funding, provincial government funding, habitat funding, developer funding, and then the last piece is municipal funding. So it really also shows our commitment kind of to that multi-level government teamwork aspect. I think the other key thing is we just clarified that this is home ownership. These people that will be moving in are, if the federal government came up with a different program for Ukrainian families, we would be supporting that as well. If it came up with a program in St. Albert that said we were going to build housing for veterans, we would want to be able to try and fund that as well. So this is really, in my mind, no different than any one of those potential other opportunities. We should fund this one through the same lens as that we would fund any other opportunity. The other key thing, I think, is that as we mentioned, these families will be moving into these homes. We'll welcome them to our community, and they'll live here. They'll potentially work here. They'll send their kids to school here. They'll use the playground over at Averton. They'll buy a service place pass for their kids, and they'll pay their taxes here in St. Albert as well. So this is something I think that we can show to our community that we are truly welcoming to all kinds of families into St. Albert. I would just close by saying that this is a simple kind of comments that I recognize we can't help everyone, but we, through this fund, can help someone, and that's important. Diversity is a fact. We have a diverse community living in St. Albert, and this takes it to the next step of inclusion of those families. This is the act that we can take to welcome them into our community. And I look forward to council supporting this funding, working through the CAO with Habitat to conclude a successful deal and welcoming these families to St. Albert.
Thank you. Councilor Romansky, go ahead.
Thank you. And to Councillor Killick, I respect your intent on this. I won't be supporting this in the reasoning that we're talking about including diversity, but we're actually excluding diversity in this motion because it's dedicated by race. The Housing Society, when they came forward to us for, smaller amounts of money, they weren't always approved. There's lots of groups that haven't been approved. The fact is this $100,000, each portion of it will be dedicated to every taxpayer in St. Albert. And to the other issue I have with this one is, the family has to be earning $65,000 to $75,000 a year. That excludes, again, a large group of people from owning homes. The amount of homes that have been built through Habitat for Humanity that are a lot lesser priced homes, these are being $500,000 to almost $600,000 homes, is probably not what I would consider a first home for a family to be owning or to to acquire some sort of equity out of your home. The 30-year mortgage is a very extended amount of time. The fact that Habitat for Humanity will go forward with this project, whether we contribute the $100,000 out of the taxpayers' pockets or not, is good news. And I just don't feel at this time we have to be very selective. There's just people that can't afford their taxes to go up even the smallest amount anymore. We have, you know, over 3,000 people who can't afford groceries in St. Albert. So this one just doesn't sit well where it's excluding so many people out of their means of finding a place to live. And I think that I feel as a counselor, the funds would be better used in another area. Thank you.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So I really struggled with this ask. But I took time to reflect on my bias, my values, and my vision for St. Albert as I'm considering this motion. And what I concluded is that, firstly, we absolutely should take advantage of every federal and provincial grant that aligns with our priorities. Over $200,000 per unit is a wonderful investment from our higher levels of government, and it's reasonable for the city to step up when this so clearly aligns with our priorities. Secondly, although near market rentals are critical to address housing affordability in St. Albert, diversity of housing models also supports our ultimate goals of improving housing diversity. When I consider that our land donation to Homeland Housing is the equivalent of about $23,000 a unit, I can get behind a similar contribution for this habitat investment. But most importantly, welcoming diversity into every neighborhood is critical. When I was thinking about this, when I first heard it, it's like, well, why don't they just move to my neighborhood? My neighborhood has a lower barrier to entry than Midtown. Just houses in my neighborhood cost less than in Oakmont or Erin Ridge or where have you. And that was my first reaction. But on reflection, I want to welcome diversity in every neighborhood, not just those like mine that have that lower barrier to entry. I'm supportive of initiatives that address systematic barriers and discrimination that have contributed to a disproportionate lack of home ownership opportunities, and this project delivers. Regarding the funding source, I really think that the Affordable Housing Fund would be better spent on this rather than another strategy. And that's why I think, I think that's what it's for and why it should be a permanent service level, but I'm comfortable supporting this as is. And on a personal note, I feel very fortunate that last year I got to witness a family that actually would have qualified for one of these homes purchase their first home last year. The choice they had to make was to buy a home far outside of their community where they have friends, where they have family, where they have jobs, because that's where they could afford. And I don't want to limit St. Albert in that way if we don't have to. When I saw this person buy their home, this family buy their home, the pride of ownership was incredible. And especially after all of the systematic issues that they'd faced that really didn't set them up for success. And they succeeded despite all of that, which is awesome. But I would love to make it easier for everyone if we can swing that. So Councillor Killick, I absolutely hate last minute motions. You know that. I hate governing by motion. I much prefer this being, policy. This is what this fund is for. But at the end of the day, this opportunity came up and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Jolly, and thanks, Councillor Killick, for bringing this forward. I think this is an opportunity to make a statement about our community being welcome to all. I think it's also, as Councillor Jolly said, an opportunity to take advantage of grant funding that's available. And based on that, you certainly have my support. I'd love to see us actually do something similar for 22 St. Thomas, even though we've given them land already. But we need to get that program off the ground too. And anyway, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Homeland Housing will be with us at our extending committee of the whole in May to talk about that and other supports for affordable housing.
Perfect. Thank you.
I see no one else wanting to speak. Councillor Jolly, you always surprise me. You're well thought out, and I couldn't say anything better than what has already been said, so I'll let you close.
Thank you. It's also worth noting that Habitat for Humanity had explored working with other developers in other parts of St. Albert on this opportunity, and Averton was the one and only that came forward to support them. They have been working on this proposal for almost 2 years. The funding was federal government funding was approved back in 2020. So it's been a long process, and they have worked long and hard to get close to this final agreement with a very well-respected builder in our community. In terms of concerns about tax rate, as this is coming from capital reserve, it won't have a direct impact on our taxes. And I would also note, I believe the federal government just announced that they are allowing mortgages to go from 25 years to 30 years right across the board, because they recognize affordability is a challenge for many new homeowners. So this is right in line with that. And I look forward again to welcoming these families and continuing to work with Habitat for Humanities. And I'd just like to say that I thank them for sticking with us for 2 years and finally bringing it to fruition in St. Albert. So I'm very pleased to be able to support this.
All right, I'll call for the vote. Voting's closed, and that motion passes by majority with Councillor Bermansky and Hughes opposed. We are now on to council updates. So hopefully you guys are ready. Let's try to keep them short because it's getting late and we still have 3 things in camera. So I'll start with you, Councillor Bermansky, if you're ready. You always are. So, what's that noise?
That's the janitor, I think.
Sounds like it because it's so late. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. The Arts Committee met on March 27th, and it's already been mentioned in the St. Albert Gazette because that happened to be the day after our last meeting that we had updates. So anyhow, what was approved by the committee was a banner project for downtown, and they'll be putting out a calling for 3 different artists to design 4 different banners that will be repeated 3 times for 76 poles downtown. And the idea of that project is for beautification of the downtown, being that some art projects had to have been removed from buildings. And a lot of the group was quite excited about that. We finally have the final artwork for Fowler Park, and it's expected that should be I guess installed probably sometime in May is what the last update was. So we'll be looking forward to celebrating that with the community too. And everyone's pretty excited about that project. We just went over the Children's Festival again. No major projects for the Children's Festival this year. They need volunteers, so that was just a notice to put out a call for volunteers. I did see they had it up on the website, but if anyone knows someone who wants to volunteer for the Children's Fest, that would be appreciated as well. The Environmental Advisory Committee. Of course, there was a motion put forward at that evening with regards to Millennium Park. So that was put forward through the committee, and there was a lot of discussion on the environmental impacts of that at that meeting. We also went through the Environmental Initiative Grant application guidelines and selecting the groups that will be getting those exciting climate projects coming forward in the spring. And again, that's what we spent most of the evening on there. With North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, we will be having a nominations committee. It's actually tomorrow. So I just wanted to mention it because it's going to be a month again. And they did put out a call to all the municipalities to see if they can get somebody for the seats for that board. And they did go to experts again. So I will have a further update for that tomorrow. And the meeting on March 27th was more speaking and sessions on natural assets, drought management, Indigenous engagement, which is a focus of the group going forward, and one water planning that was through EPCOR. And again, environment and water is what they do best, and I will have a further update within the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Broadhead.
I don't have much to update because my committees didn't meet since my last update.
Awesome. Councillor Jolly.
I just had the Youth Advisory Committee, and the big presentation was from the volunteer coordinator with the Children's Fest. So they are very much recruiting right now, and that's kind of it.
Perfect. Councillor Hughes.
I have something exciting. So everybody just sit tight. Seniors Committee met, and we were talking about the Senior Service Awards, and it was a really useful meeting. So I'm just going to tell you the highlight of it. So we're discussing like how to advertise it. And from there, we started doing a focus group of trying to figure out what's the most effective way to get to seniors. And from that, we learned, because we went through multiple areas, that the number one way that seniors get their information is from the Gazette, and not the online, the paper version. And they read it cover to cover. And that is where they get it. And then we talked about city lights, and we were like, do you look at city lights? No, actually they don't. But if you want to get their attention, you got to put it outside of city lights in a sufficient size ad multiple times for them to take action on it. But the idea of getting things online in any capacity is a side show for them. It's not necessarily how they're actually trying to get their information. So if we want to get the information or attention of seniors, the consensus of the room was St. Albert Gazette paper form outside of city lights. So I'm just letting you know that, because I just thought this was extremely valuable in trying to, when we were making assumptions of how seniors get the information. When we talked to them, they were very clear about, no, we sit down and we read it every single cover, and that's how we do it. And it might be old school, but that is how we will get to that age group. And the other, that's about it for the super segment, except to say that they're really enjoying being part of the seniors committee, and they've really enjoyed being able to provide the input they did. This past meeting, it was very well, really positive experience. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor McKay.
Sorry about that. I only had actually one council meeting, and that was policing committee last Tuesday. And pretty much it was just general updates from the officer in charge in the various subcommittees. Although we are going to be we're going to have a booth at the St. Albert Lifestyle Expo this weekend. So if you're wandering through there, please stop by and say hello. But also we got an opportunity. It was presented just for discussion at this particular time to work with FCSS in relation to possibly creating the concepts of a purple bench in St. Albert. I mean, it's very high level and very a lots to do yet, I guess, in relation to it. But overall, it's just it's another method of recognizing intimate partner violence, and particularly intimate partner violence where the partner murders the other partner. So it's just a memorial in your community. It's something that FCSS is looking at and working with, or is going to come back with maybe in conjunction with the policing committee, but there are other examples. There's going to have to be a lot more information, and I'll bring it back, obviously, to council in relation to that. But it's an initiative that started in Nova Scotia, and there are other uptakes in other parts of Canada, but it's something I haven't heard of before. And so I'll look forward to getting a little bit more information before I bring it back.
Cool. All right. Excuse me. I need a motion. Oh, is there any information request notice motion?
I could just.
Oh, did I
That's,
just stop? I just
that's
stopped.
okay that you skipped over me because I have no updates. My committee meetings meet on the CSAC meets on the 23rd and Edmonton Salutes meets on the 26th, but that's totally fine.
It was nice to see so many of the Edmonton salutes at the Royal Canadian Air Force Gala on Saturday night.
Yeah.
So thank you for attending on behalf of us.
I'm
Salutes.
proud to represent St. Albert.
Sorry about that, Mike. Did we have any IRs or anything that I need to remember? No? Okay, does anyone have any that they wanted to read out now? All right, motion to go in camera to discuss Fowler Way land acquisition. Councillor Broadhead, how about you? Oh, Councillor Hughes got there.
Okay, then I jumped the gun here because I'm like, I know ahead of it. Okay. That we go in camera to discuss the matter pursuant to section 16, section 23, section 24, 1A, 25, and 27 of FOIP.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. Okay, Councillor Jolly, give us 2 minutes to get into council lounge.
Sounds good. I'm gonna move to.
There's a what?
It's a motion, like, out of this discussion.
Oh, okay.
The team.
Okay, so you want me to leave something behind? I'm just gonna leave that, so you want to leave that. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we're back live. Had a quick conversation in camera about Fowler Way, and now Mr. Schick is going to give a kind of a summary of that, and then I'm going to go to you, Councillor Jolly, for the motion. Says we're on break, Sean. Yeah, okay, we're live. Okay. Go ahead, Dean.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Also, my name is Dean Schick. I'm the Manager of Transportation and Engineering Services, and I have no formal presentation to provide to council, but I would like to share maybe some background and little details in regards to the Fowler Way project, the motion before council today. Fowler Way is planned as an arterial roadway that will service new development in the northwest of the city and act as a substantial connection from Ray Gibbon Drive to St. Albert Trail. In the fullness of time, Fowler Way will transition into Neil Ross Road and connect further to 127th Street as it crosses Highway 2. And again, it is planned as a 4-lane arterial roadway that will service public transit as well as act as likely a large load route. Funding for Fowler Way was originally approved in 2019 with a value of $6.6 million that was anticipated to deliver preliminary engineering and design as well as road right-of-way acquisition. Within this value was an estimated $3.9 million associated with necessary land right-of-way purchase for the road, and this value was estimated based on the assumption that only the required road right-of-way would be purchased. Since 2020, there have been some expenditures to acquire land for Fowler Way, with 2 parcels acquired immediately west of St. Albert Trail. These purchases required full acquisition of parcels and thus were significantly higher than the original estimated value with just acquiring road right away. In recognition of these costs and budget impacts, an additional $4.4 million was approved in 2023 that was anticipated to purchase further road right away. In terms of land impacted by the road corridor, there's a total of 11 parcels and 10 landowners, which is inclusive of the city ourselves as owners of parcels. To date, through this project, there has been typically very strong and amicable discussion with landowners and partnership in delivering Fowler Way, and administration has been granted access to properties to perform the necessary geotechnical and environmental assessments that will inform on the preliminary engineering and design work required to advance the construction of the roadway. Administration, however, has had some constraints and unsuccessful engagement with some landowners, largely just in resulting in a lack of communication or opportunity to engage with all the stakeholders. And by way of the motion in front of council today, we're requesting council support and approval to authorize the necessary steps that will allow administration to further engage with landowners and hopefully negotiate formal agreements to perform site assessments and the necessary land acquisition, in particular to a designated parcel. In the event that an agreement cannot be reached, the actions associated with the motion will establish the next steps to proceed with expropriation if necessary. This process is regulated by the Expropriation Act and is designed to be fair and beneficial to both parties. Administration is requesting this motion to maintain the anticipated needed timeframes of delivering Fowler Way, and the project is expected to be in detailed design by 2027 and constructed in 2028 with a 2-year construction timeline being completed in 2030. The performance of the necessary preliminary engineering and design work is critical as it is necessary to complete Fowler Way, and the site investigations will inform on the necessary design as well as the road right of way itself and parcel appraisal of the lands applicable to the road right of way. The results will ultimately then help establish us and put us in a good position to deliver the roadway as a holistic project. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Jolly, I don't know if the motion is in the chat or.
Yeah, I've got it here in my package. It's just number 1 in the package with the confidential written all over it.
Yep.
That the CAO is authorized to take the necessary steps to acquire the lands legally described as the south half of the northwest quarter of section 17, township 54, range 25, west of the 4th meridian, containing 32.2 hectares, more or less, accepting thereof all mines and minerals or a portion thereof by expropriation or otherwise for the design and construction of Fowler Way, and to sign all documents necessary for the acquisition, including documents required under the provisions of the Expropriation Act.
We always pick Councillor Jolly with the big long ones. Anything to add to that, Councillor Jolly?
Just glad I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah. Anyone else on council? I'll call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. All right, get to work, Dean. All
Thanks,
right,
Mayor.
motion to go back in camera. Counselor Hughes,
I'm doing it again. If we go back in camera for section 24(1)(a) of FOIP.
thank you. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously.